Hello everyone, we're live. This is Beyond the Manosphere. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road. Yeah, Manosphere is a very interesting place indeed. Um, uh, yeah, where to begin? I mean, Manosphere is one of the largest, if not the largest community of people on the planet, right? Now, as of right now, yeah. Yeah, it's a huge community. Mm, there's nothing much to say else to say about it. Um, actually, there is, but I. What else to say? One viewer, nice. So, um, yeah, the Manosphere. I think it started in the 1970s, went online in the 2000s. Um, went mainstream the late 2010s, like went viral, not just mainstream, in the late 2010s, and then now it is the largest community ever on the face of this planet. It's a huge community. Yeah, composed of millions upon millions of people, maybe even billions. Looking at how many people are engaged in Manosphere content. Um, but I love the Manosphere. It holds a dear place in my heart. But yeah, weird things go on here. Anyways, yeah, weird things go on here. Uh, Dear viewers, nice. Anyways, the Manosphere has existed since the 70s. Yes, like I said, the 70s. Ever since then, ever since the 70s, masculinity has been, like before that, like there used to be patriarchal families, just with the man being the breadwinner. But when feminism came on the rise, I think Manosphere came feminism and more matriarchal societies. And I'm not saying like, well, I think patriarchies are better in my opinion. It's either matriarchy or patriarchy. To each their own, though. But like, I'm not saying like, oh, okay. Thank you, Artstan, or thank you, for your input. Thank you. Anyways, when we were nice. Yeah, the Manosphere. I think with the decline in masculinity, the man, well, probably just men's spaces in general were just underground or had a very little presence in the world global spotlight or limelight or whatever. And oh, okay, thank you. The Manosphere I have many theories as to why the Manosphere um is the way it is today, I guess. I think before the 70s, when the Manosphere became dominant, no, no, not dominant, but it just established its presence. It was mostly like in the 60s. What? Anyways. Um, yeah, the Manosphere existed since the 70s, and before that, the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, etc., etc. I think the Manosphere existed in another form, and that was just a patriarchal society, but with the matriarchies and whatever. Oh, okay, thank you. You're not masculine. Oh, okay. Thank you. I guess. Okay. Um, who is this guy again? I don't know. All I know is this guy's from the Brian and Shane Discord. Anyways, um, I forgot who he was. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the Manosphere had existed for quite a while. Um, since the 70s, yes. Where was I? The 70s, yes. The 80s started getting as time elapsed, it started gaining more prominence, right? And then the late 2000s, by 2000, the 2000s, I mean 2000 to 2009, um, it gained a lot of prominence, I guess. And by like 2009, especially by not 2018, that's oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess I should get a job. Yeah, I'm looking for a summer job. Yeah, hard to find a job nowadays. Anyways, but yeah, the Manosphere is now a huge community. Um, oh, okay. No, that's not true. I'm not lazy. I'd say I'm pretty hardworking. Yeah. Maybe you don't know enough about me. That. Yeah, I work hard. Yes. Anyways, yeah, the Manosphere from the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, even it had a low profile. Not really. If you don't agree with it, then you can leave. Like, I mean, like, if you don't like it, then you can leave, right? Not a big deal, right? You don't have to listen to what I have to say. You don't have to comment, right? Do you? You don't have to comment, right? You don't have to. If you don't like it, you don't have to be a fan. Yeah. Right? No. I don't babble about trash. I talk about intellectual stuff too, not just manosphere topics. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Um, the manosphere is just an extension of what what societies were before. Well, if you say so, but if you say so, buddy, yeah. Um. Anyways, yeah, the Manosphere is just the extension of the patriarchies that existed in the past, which is like most of this human civilization for most of history. Um. Yeah. If we narrowed it down between the gender dynamics of non-intellectual. Oh, yeah, if you say so. Um. Well, anyways, we can't even finish college. Oh, well, maybe watch me finish college. Whatever. I will. Maybe I'm not finished now, but maybe soon I'll finish it. Right? Anyways, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, you can't even lose a pound. I have lost some weight, but it's counted, right? Um, anyways, um, the Manosphere, 2010s. In the 2010s, I think it gained lots of traction. The 2020s are the years it is now prospering and thriving as a community. And I think, uh, okay, thank you. Uh, what is this? Uh, oh, never mind. Anyways, yeah, the Manosphere, the 2020s have proven to be a good time for the Manosphere. What will the 2030s bring? We're halfway down the 2020s as a world, but as, but what will the 2030s bring? 5 to 15 years down the line? Yeah, around that time. Yeah, 5 to 15 years. Yeah, we're in 2025. So, the Manosphere for the past 7 years has established itself as an iconic group, one of the most iconic groups, one of the most populated groups and communities on the planet due to how much people involve themselves in Manosphere um, activities or online and offline. Back before 2018, I think, when the Manosphere was just a small community, like underground. I think the Manosphere. The Manosphere was just, yeah. What was I gonna say? The Manosphere was pretty small. Manosphere was pretty insignificant. The Manosphere's voices were easily crushed by the force of the leftist and feminist forces. People had to sort of hide their identities to sort of get their message across. Yes, but now the Manosphere is bigger than ever, bigger, better than ever, and it's thriving as a community. And yeah, 7 years in the making. Yeah, you're so pathetic. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just saying nice things because you know why. Like, if I have to spell it out for you, then like you're actually sad. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Keep the compliments coming. Yeah, thank you. Oh no, because you're pussy. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. You're too much of a coward to say the real thing, right? You have to put a V there, right? Pathetic. If you're a man, you would put the U, not the V. But you're too scared to be censored. Pathetic. Yeah, yeah. I'm the pathetic, sad human being. At least I'm not. Yeah, I'm the one producing content, and you're the one being a troll in the comments. So yeah, I'm pathetic. Yeah. Anyways, okay, yeah, you're my content is a joke. Yeah, you probably don't even produce content. You're just an internet troll. Yeah, but yeah, you're subcontent. Oh, okay, thank you. 4 viewers, nice. Keep the viewer count coming. Thank you. Where was I? I think you're a disgusting mouth breather. Oh, says the internet troll. Yeah. Like, why should I even take you seriously? Like, I don't even take you seriously. You're just some troll. I don't even know. I maybe I met you in the past, but I probably forgot who you are. Like, I don't know. I think you were from Brian and Chain's Discord. I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, the Manosphere. Who? Oh, whatever. Just ignore this weirdo. Anyways, the Manosphere is a huge community now. Back then, so the summa summarum or summary of this whole spi- sh- this whole spiel about the Manosphere is it used to be a small community. Now it's large. That's it. Alright. So the Manosphere used to be a small community from the 70s to the 2000 to the late to the to the 2010s, and then the late 2010 onwards, it became a huge sensation. Well, I think it's like 2009. It became officially became a huge community, but like after that, like 2010 and after. 2018 and after, yeah, definitely. Like there was this like period between 2009 and 2018. It was just rising, and then 2018 was its debut in the limelight, right? Yeah. Repeating, whatever. Anyways, all day. Oh, okay. Whatever, man. I have other things to do during the day, and rather than talk about useless topics. I do talk about useful topics, and maybe you don't see it, but I do talk about useful topics. Yeah, I don't know. I have other things to do other than that. Actually, I do other things. Yeah, I read. I write articles. I go to college. All these sorts of things. Yeah. Well, college is done this year for me, so I get to enjoy my summer, I guess. So not sure. Anyways, so lol. In other words, you have no job. Well, I'm in college, so that counts as something. But technically, yes. Who says I'm not going to graduate, huh? Like, who says I'm not? Yeah, you're no one to tell me I'm not going to graduate. Yeah. Uh, uh, I'm in my mid to late 20s. Yeah. Yeah. Mid to late 20s. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I should have graduated, but I guess life has other plans for people, right? So it's never too late to go to college or university. High school is one thing. It's sad. Oh, it's not sad. You don't need to feel bad for me, but anyways, it's just the way it is. Yeah. No, you're just like, oh, what? Well, you're not gonna do anything about it anyway. So, like, what are you doing complaining there from like a different part of the world? I don't. From like, you're not gonna do anything about it. So, whatever. You're lazy. Oh, I'm. If you think, if you perceive me that way, whatever. A sloth. Oh yeah, I'm a sloth. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, like at this point, I don't care. Look at you. Oh, whatever, man. I don't care what you got this thing. You're just a troll. Artson is just as big of a loser. People don't take you seriously. John Mark? Who's John Mark? Oh, welcome to my channel. Hi, I guess. Oh, if they don't take me seriously, whatever. Like, I don't care. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, okay. Lose the fat. Oh, okay, I'll try to lose the fat. I've been trying, yeah, I guess. Art son, you're literally Indian. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Hey, Corey Matthews, how are you? Uh, damn. Um, 6 viewers now, nice. Anyways. Yeah, well, what? We come from the pill community. Nice. Well, welcome to my channel. Um, which pill may I ask? Are you Omni pill, red pill, blue pill, black pill? Um, what are you? If you don't mind me asking. Gay. Well, whatever. I I'm not even gonna ban you. I can ban you and you'll be gone from here, Artson. But I'm just gonna keep you here for entertainment because you're essentially a troll. Yeah, that's what you are. You're just in the chat. Yeah. Oh, hi. You're a Coach Costume. Nice. Um. Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't care. Not you, Corey, but this Artson guy. Um. Corey. Jesus Christ. Like, you need to get off your high horse, Artson. I do have experience in the real world. Yes, thank you very much. I think you're projecting, Artsan. You know, you probably spend all day and night on Discord, and then you think other people are like you, right? So, yeah, little newsflash. I have social. Maybe I'm a bit soft spoken, but I do socialize with people. Yeah, I do socialize with people, Artsan. That's not true. Yes, I do. Like you don't know you don't know what my life is like outside the internet. You don't you don't even know what you're talking about. Uh, I do have friends. Thank you very much. Oh my god, that's crazy. Um, I do have friends. Yes, yeah, yeah. Who are you? You are you even like Artson? Get off your YouTube and talk to them. Alright. I don't need to listen to you, but I'll do what I want. maybe after the stream, and I'll go talk to them, but not because he told me to. What do I look like? Or he? Or Artson? I don't know. What do I look like? Just to clarify, yeah. 6 viewers, nice. Well, this is what I look like. Anyways. Possibly. Oh, yeah, wherever. Wherever it's on. My hair? I don't know. Like, oh my god, that's crazy. uh, hold on. Thanks for the advice, but I don't know, man. If you follow it. I'm in my 20s, yeah, mid to late 20s, yeah. Uh, 3 versions. Oh, okay, thank you for the advice, yeah. I'm not just on YouTube, but okay. I don't know, that just happens, yeah. Maybe, that just happens, yeah. Probably, yeah, just happens with, like, uh, people deterioration in health, or, yeah, diet could be one, lifestyle could be another, but, yes, or it could be something else, yeah. It could be, yeah. I don't know what you mean, but plaything to people, whatever that means. I don't want to talk about it, no. Oh, okay, thank you for the advice and concern. I appreciate it. For yours, anyways. Um, I don't know. You asked me. Why do you breathe so heavily? I don't know. What else? So why you should breathe? Oh, I don't know. It's just probably. Anyways. I don't know. But it's me. Shakespeare was nice. Why you allowed it? You know, it's like childish to like it's like adolescent. It's like how adolescents react to everything. You know, like like, I'm so offended by everything. Like as you grow older, you start to be less offended. You start to man up. You start to not take things too seriously. Yeah, sure. From time to time, you stand up for yourself, but you know, like a true adult doesn't like. Yeah, that's true. That these communities are bad. Yeah, that's true. I'm not even part of these communities. I may visit them from time to time, but I'm not part of it. Yeah, I don't consider myself part of. I'm part of the Manosphere, but not these like stupid communities and YouTube. Like these are just places I come here from time to time. Yeah, yeah. Whatever, man. I'm part of other communities and places, offline and online. Nice. Do you watch WWE? Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I'm not. I'm just here temporarily. You know, like in these communities. I left some communities already in those online spaces. As a matter of fact. Oh, okay. Thank you. I guess. Oh well. I don't know. Whatever. Thank you. Rosanna is related to the archaeology. Oh, thank you. Uh, whatever. Um, I know Yokozuna. Yes, yes. It does, but like you can't. Yeah, art son. Oh, okay. Um, doesn't bother me, but you know, it does bother me. But like, you just learn to just stick it on the chin, brush it off your shoulders, and not regard it. Yeah. Not bully. I'm just practicing restraint, right? You know, they're not really bullying me. They're just trolling and harassing. I take it as trolling and harassment. And if you look at it that way, if you look at it that as trolling and harassment, yeah, yeah, then it's not that much of a big deal. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I guess. Hi, how's it going? This is an interesting chat. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, weird chat. Um, how's it going? Chat gentleman reincarnated? Chat gentleman, yeah. Ah, yes, the return of the king. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, but like, I don't know. Like, I guess I'll just go other spaces in Manosphere where it's not toxic, right? Maybe back on Facebook where it's much cleaner, right? But it's not like perfect, but it's much cleaner on Facebook. On Facebook Manosphere. Not gonna lie, it was pretty good there. No, she's like a Becky, but she was okay with me, I guess. When we speed dated, I guess. Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate. But like this community is toxic. I'm gonna agree with you on that. But I'm gonna agree with you on that. But I just go to the ones that are less toxic, right? In the space, right? It's not the only thing I have, but like it's just something in my free time that I go that I do. Yeah, yeah. Everyone's busy with their lives, including me, right? We have things to do, right? Outside of the. That's true. Yeah, like that's true. Yeah, the community is pretty toxic. Nah. Uh, the community is toxic. No, it attracts toxic people. Sorry, it's not that it's toxic. It attracts toxic people for some reason, weird reason, and yeah, or the toxicity is really amplified in this community because of the reputation it has. Oh, okay, thank you. I prefer to just choose certain communities that are less toxic, I guess. Alex playing with himself. Well, thank you. Hey, people are plotting against you. Okay. Right. But, well, it's easier, but I plan on getting a job in the future, I guess. With with if I get a degree in the future. Any thoughts on Jorge Allegra? Um, no thoughts. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, lots of doxing and lots of like in real life IRL harassment happens because of the space. Right. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't really care. Interesting. People are plotting against me. Well, for what reason? Yeah. Oh, okay. Like she's projecting about himself, so it says about his character, not mine. So if he's insulting me, if he's insulting me, it says about his character, not mine. I think that's all. Well, that's a different person. That's from Brian and Shane's Discord. He is a scammer. Yeah. Like I mean, he doesn't provide any value to anyone. I guess like he just scams like Indian people with their hardworking money, right? Like socially inadept, autistic, like sort of. They're competent, but and they can make a living for themselves. But Yeah. It was Brian Unchained. The goal is to ruin your life. Interesting. Hey Tarif, why do you always talk about me so much? I don't think this is the real Alex. What the hell? Um, probably not the real Alex. Yeah, it's probably just a. I don't want you to flash the stream now. You could probably flash. I don't know. Uh, Not taking the risk. I seen the account. Yeah, it has no videos. Yeah, the real Alex should be verified and have videos. Yeah, I'm being bullied right now, and you don't. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna buy your product. Why? Like, Jesus. Like, have you bought? Oh no. Like, anyways. We've been in the prestigious here for 3 years. I've been only here for like, yeah, I guess 3 years. Yeah. No thanks. I'm fine. Yeah. How do you not see that? I do see it. I just disregard most of it because it doesn't mean anything to me. If you see it from the lens of trolling and harassment instead of bullying, where people are just, you know, then you don't really show it much regard. Yeah, you don't really show what they're saying or what they're doing much regard because it doesn't really matter. Yeah, unless it, yeah, unless it's very serious. Yeah, but it's not. Yeah. Oh, I disagree. You're like a 3 or 4. Um, you totally talk bad behind my. You're not even the real Alex. Come on, man. Oh, whatever. No, you're not even the real Alex. Oh, thank you. Like, you're giving me, even if it's negative, it's still clout. Yeah, whatever. Thank you. So I don't really care. Hey, how's it going, chat gentlemen? I don't know what that is. A predator sting operation. Those are snarky comments. Yes. You're not even the real Alex. Like you're just some troll. Like this account has no videos. Those are snarky comments. Those aren't facts. No, you don't know a damn thing about me. If you're the real Alex, but you're probably not. Yeah, you don't mug anyone. You don't mug anyone. Yeah, it is a pretty bad community. Like you're just repeating yourself at this point. You said I'm repeating myself, but you're you're a sociopath, narcissist who only dates fours, fives, and sixes, and your body count isn't over 500. It's probably like 50 to 60. So you're a pathological liar. You're a scrawny little. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say, but you're scrawny. You're still that you have like this dissociative personality disorder where you think you're some alpha tough guy. I'm gonna turn you into pastry. That's what I told you. Yeah, I know you're trying to help me. You're not gonna do anything. I'm gonna beat beat your ass if you come anywhere near me. Yeah, yeah. Do felt well. It is what it is. But yeah, I agree. Yeah. Uh. Oh my god. They're all the same two people. Yeah. Uh. They're all the same. Probably. June 15th. That's probably like a June 15th. Oh yeah, you're down here or whatever. I've entertained this enough. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, it's an empty threat to scare you. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, people make veiled like empty threats and harmless bluffs. To sort of do certain to to sort of manipulate and interesting. Yeah, they're after your real life. Okay, explain. Can you explain? None. Can you explain though that how they're after my real life? Yeah, I'm curious because I have to know, right? Yeah. Yeah. Can you explain how they're after my real life? I'd like to know. Yeah. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. Thank you for. This space is toxic. Yeah, they do tend to dox. Yeah, it is going to be an issue. Yeah. It's interesting because you you never know what kind of people you come across. Yeah, I do see that. Yeah, as a possibility, as a huge possibility. Yeah, especially in a space like this. Yeah, 8 viewers. It's the same person consisting. Right. I don't know what that means, but the same person, like exactly who the same person is. Yeah. Anyways, uh, right. Anyways, think about it. Right. Use your head. Alright. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on these people. Yes, I'll try to stay at a distance from the toxic communities in the Manosphere. Uh, the toxic internet spaces, that is. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. How do you know all this information? Like, hmm, hmm. Like, which communities are after me? Like, which part? Which is it? The whole Manosphere? Is it a specific community? Which communities? Yeah, because it is obvious. Yeah, this space is toxic. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, please use your head. Yeah. No, well, I do agree with you that it is toxic. I'm not. What do you think? Itness? I don't know what that means. What do you think? It is. Who do you think it is? Um, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, but no, you don't have to spell it out if you don't want to. But yeah, I do agree that the space is toxic or attracts toxic people, or lots of terrible things happen in space. Who? For years? Do I really need to spell it out for you? Who? It's the same two people plotting against you. Or who are the two people? Oh, okay, okay. Think, is it? Hmm. Who keeps saying June 15th? I don't know. It's just a harmless bluff, you know. They're all in the United States, anyways. They can't really do much of anything. Who started that thing? It's a lot more than that. Who started that thing? It's a lot more than that. I can't really think of names, but I right. Interesting. That's bad. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's bad. But I think just yeah, I know who started it. I'm not gonna say, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, if that happens. Uh, right. Uh, 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 right. Well, they're in another country. Most of them are in another country anyway, so they can't really do much. Again, harmless bluff. Harmless bluff. Harmless bluff. Yeah, I'm taking it seriously. Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying. Don't worry. But again, what they're saying is a harmless bluff. Doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, this base is toxic. I'm not gonna lie, but they're just saying harmless bluffs. Yeah, it does matter. It does matter. They have all your info. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, how's it going?
Yo. So, anyways, I wanted to address this guy who's obviously trying to like insinuate me in chat. It's really funny how people always they're really scared to say the name Mandendon. Like
Right.
they're really terrified to say that name. They'll insinuate in all different types of ways. So, yeah, no, I'm not on any alts here. I've been listening over because you've literally been here for an hour and a half, spurging at Tariff like a complete and utter loser. I think you're the only one here who Tariff needs to get away from. And you can say my name. It's all right. You can say Greg Lurk. And by the way, this is just a Jorge alt account. Like, I don't know why you think it's anyone but Jorge.
Oh, I know
Basically,
this guy.
It's just Jorge like trying to turn you against me because he's literally that spiteful and that much of a loser. But like,
I know this guy.
I just
Archon?
yeah,
He's
yeah.
from
And I
the
just
brand
read
new
his last
Discord.
few comments, and he's obviously trying to insinuate it's me and shit like that. I don't even know what he's trying to insinuate. Like, I don't use alts to talk to you.
Right.
I don't do that. When I do, it's just like a little trolls that I do. I'm assuming maybe Jorge has some alts, but yeah, like, dude, you've literally been here for a fucking hour and a half trying to make Tariff mad, and when Tariff didn't get mad and instead say, "Oh, thank you," you started spurging out and trying even harder to hurt his feelings. I think you're the only pathetic bully here, my guy. You're literally sitting here trying to hurt Tariff's feelings because your life is that fucking pathetic. You have nothing going on in your life, and the only type of authority you can feel over anything is to hurt some dude's feelings online. And now that he's not fucking reciprocating, he's not getting his feelings hurt because Tariff's building some confidence and doesn't give a shit about what people online say. You're trying to like fucking turn him against random people. You're trying to insinuate Mandendon and Greg Lurick. Shut the fuck up. You're a loser, dude. You've literally been sitting here arguing with Tariff for an hour and a fucking half trying to get him to feel bad. You got a fucking rope, man. The rope's available. And I just started reading through these comments. I've been working on code the past hour, just listening to you like because at the start it's kind of funny like what's he what like I wanted to hear your responses to what he was saying, but then I noticed like the past few comments he's trying to insinuate shit. It's
Right.
like, brother, you are literally so hilariously pathetic. Like, no, we know you're Jorge. We know you're just trying to get you to turn against. We know you're just trying to fucking manipulate Tariff. Nobody's buying it, bro. Tariff isn't buying it either. What are you doing here? Literally buy the fucking rope. You have no life, brother. And just say my name. You don't have to fucking. You don't have to do this thing where you say, "Oh, it's a guy who's a follower of another and who started the June 5th." Say my fucking name, pussy. You're a pussy. Straight up. And you'll never hop on this panel. You'll never address me verbally. And you want to know why? It's because I literally will verbally dominate you. And you are fully fucking aware of that. You're fully aware. That's why you'll never address me on panel. And you're probably, if you're not Jorge, you're probably some squeaker. So yeah, like that's all that
Mandendon.
needs to be said.
Mandendon. He's from the Brian and Shade Discord. Art's son.
Yeah, well, it's probably just like Jorge, you know?
It isn't Jorge. I actually know this guy from Brian and Shane Discord.
Well, isn't it hilarious how this dude's a fan? He knows everything about you and the community. They have all your info. Dude, I think you're the fucking creep. I think you're the one who's literally been here for an hour and a half trying to insult Tariff, trying to make him feel bad about himself. I think you're the fucking creep here, bro. I don't think anyone is the problem besides you. So how about you just go back into your little fucking hole, literal Discord user, literal incel Discord user who never goes outside. Crawl back to the fucking hole you came from and don't come back. If you want to actually care about Tariff and you want to give him serious advice, crawl back to the fucking pathetic little zoomer hole you came from and never come back and rope in 5 years because that's the path you're on. Loser. Fucking loser, man.
Oh my
Trying
god.
to say my name. You're a pussy. No, you have all the info, Aztan. You're the fucking creep doxer. You are the one doing that shit. Nobody cares about literally we have lives, right? You're
Right.
projecting this whole thing where people like spend all their energy on a single individual because you are a NEET. Guess what? There are people in this world who are not fucking neats like you. They actually have things going on for themselves. So they don't spend all their time focusing on random people and doxing them and trying to find their info because they think that that makes them some sort of cool hacker scripted kid. You're just a fucking skid Discord neat, bro. You don't have any power. You're not going to manipulate Tariff. You're not going to do shit with his public info. Just fucking give it up and go back to your stupid little hole. You're pathetic, Arstan. You're pathetic, bro. And those who pretend to be on your side. That's fucking rich coming from the guy who's been sitting here for the past 2 hours trying to get Tariff to hurt his feelings. Oh, you're not masculine. Oh, what are you doing? You're literally just sitting here trying to get out of a rise out of Tariff. You're a fucking pathetic troll, dude. And you're trying to brush that off on other people. Kill yourself, bro. Kill yourself. It's time. It is fucking time. Those who speak the loudest, bro, we see. Dude, dude, address me directly. You know what this thing is where you don't directly address people? People think that that's some form of stoicism. What that is that's literal fear. That's literal fear to directly acknowledge me, because people, you want to know what happens when people are proven wrong? They actually, the same exact neurons fire in their brain as when they feel physical pain. So if you get into a verbal engagement with me, you'll feel a similar sensation to physical pain. And what do people do when they experience physical pain? They run from it. They avoid it. They deflect it. That's why you're trying to do this thing where you indirectly address what I'm saying without actually addressing me directly, because you're trying to flee from the emotional pain that I'll cause you. And that's perfectly okay, bro. But guess what? You can try to LARP and manipulate and say, oh, try to make these weird philosophical statements. Those who speak the loudest. How about the ones who's speaking the loudest is the one who's been here for the past fucking 2 hours talking shit about Tariff and trying to get a rise out of him? I'm pretty sure that's the one who's been speaking the loudest. So yeah, you can take your little pathetic fucking attempts to manipulate Tariff and shove it right up your ass. Go back to your little Discord, dude. Literally, like, go back. You're just mad. You're literally just mad that Tariff is you're not getting a rise out of Tariff. Now you're trying to go a new direction to troll him because you weren't able to troll him with your original comments. That sucks for you, man. Yeah, guess what? Brian Unchair in Discord, the ones who was fucking making like photos about Tariff and stalking him, doing all this creepy shit. You gotta fucking get real, man. Like, get over yourself. You're like a pathetic little man, and actually, Arstan, you're being made a mockery of right now. Tariff is cool. I think Tariff has actually earned respect from a lot of people in this space. And you haven't, you have nothing going on. You're just a Discord neat, right? So you're just some nobody from Discord. I think you need to get off the internet and create a new alias. I think you need to go to college and go get a fucking degree, right? Learn something. You spend all your time on Discord, right? Like thinking you're some sort of cool doxer man skid. How about you go get a fucking real job? Go learn how to code or something. Go learn how to program and then actually stop being this little skid. Like, learn something, but get a skill that contributes to fucking society, Like, it's really pathetic. Nobody's gonna hurt Tariff's real life besides these pathetic weirdos like you. Besides you, you weird, pathetic, anonymous troll. You're literally an anonymous troll. So, yeah. Keep, like, indirectly addressing me and doing all that weird stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Thank you.
And he's also projecting, like, going after your real life. Dude, me and Greg have real lives. We don't care. We have lives. We have to make money. We don't live with our parents and have literal all day to play on the computer and stroll around on Discord. So we're not sitting here trying to ruin random people's lives. That's a Discord neat activity. And I know you're used, all your friends and everyone you know is another Discord neat whose favorite activity is to dox people because they think it gives them this phony sense of power that they don't have over their own life. But guess what? That's your stupid little Discord friends. It's not everyone. So yeah, I think when the time comes, you'll see what I mean. If you don't heed the words that I'm saying right now, I think in 5 years' time, you're going to realize the pit that you've dug yourself into. You're going to realize, holy shit, I just wasted tenth of my life, of 5% of my life, sitting on the computer typing to people on Discord, and that was my life, staring at pixels on a screen. You have to think of your life like this, Azten. When you find yourself sitting all day on the computer staring at it, just imagine if the monitor wasn't there, and then look at yourself externally. Look at yourself from outside the box, and imagine yourself if the monitor wasn't there. You're just sitting there looking at nothing, sitting on a fucking desk all day, rotting, doing nothing. Literally nothing. You're not even living. You're not even using the body that you've been given by God. And you're trying to sit here and fucking tell Tariff he's not masculine and give him advice on how to live his life? Dude, you don't got fucking shit going on for yourself. You're pathetic. And now he's all pissed off and trying to say, you're beyond help, because I'm roasting his everything about his fucking existence. You just got fucking cooked, dude. Like, horribly fucking cooked. And now you're gonna go quiet and hush mode because I fucking cooked you. Hard. So yeah, that was brutal. I don't think I've cooked someone that hard. I am so good at just roasting the living shit out of people. It's kind of insane. That dude's gonna be thinking about what I said for the next 5 days.
I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's trying to do. What is he giving me genuine advice, or is he just trying to like intimidate me in a very cunning and subtle way, right? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, like, he's saying things that are going past your head because he wants to intentionally be enigmatic and mysterious, because he thinks that gives him some sort of, like, it makes him seem like philosophically, he thinks it makes him seem like intellectual or something. But we all know you're just some fucking 18-year-old neat, right? So what he's saying, he's trying to say, oh, Greg Lurk and Mandenden, the people who said June 15th, they're gonna like really hurt your life, man. I can tell you, I'm not fucking doing. I literally don't think like you're cool, Tariff. I don't think that I'm definitely not coming after your life. We know, we know information about you because you've given it out publicly. And if people wanted to, they could do shit with it, but they don't, because
Right.
nobody cares. Greg's not gonna do shit. He has a life to care about. He's working on a data analytics degree. You know who is most likely to do shit with that info? People who spend all their time on Discord and have nothing going for themselves, and are literally spending an. Hey, I have a thought experiment for you. Who do you think is more likely to have an effect over your life? Who would be actively trying to like cause damage to your life? Is it me, someone who trolls you occasionally on Greg's streams, hops on your panels and have intellectual conversations and talks to you occasionally? Is it Greg, a guy who talks a bunch of shit about you and beefs with you occasionally but doesn't really talk about you all that much? Or is it the guy who has been sitting here for 2 hours talking to you, trying to hurt your feelings? Who is the most likely in that scenario to be dangerous to you? I want to.
The third one?
Right. So I think that everyone can see through you, even fucking Tariff. You're not manipulating anyone. You're not succeeding at shit right now. You're literally just making a fucking fool of yourself, and you're lucky you're anonymous. Because in real life, you're going to continue to make a fool of yourself like this, thinking that you're intellectual. You're going to go try to like go and have this weird, like, enigmatic personality in front of people in real life, and they're going to see right through it because they actually have a social IQ. You don't have social experience. You've spent all your life on Discord, meeting people on Discord, so you don't actually have any sort of social life. And once you try to go have this like cringy personality in real life, you're going to get eaten alive because people are going to see right through your shit. So yeah, you're the one trying to manipulate right now, Aston. You're literally the one right now attempting to manipulate. You were literally just an hour ago saying Tariff is like fat and that he doesn't even go to, oh, you're 26 and you haven't even gone to college. You got nothing going on. You don't have a job. You're the one talking shit, and now you're trying to say people are trying to manipulate you. Dude, you're the one trying to manipulate. You're fucking pathetic. And now that Tariff isn't buying into your bullshit, I'm not buying into your bullshit. Even Jorge isn't buying into your bullshit. You're not on Trollsec team, bro. Oh shit. Oh dude. Oh, never mind. Yeah, like you're spurging, and now you're trying to be like, oh, he's manipulating you. Now you're trying to be like intellectual and shit when just an hour ago you were being a douchebag. So fucking cut the act, dude. Nobody buys it. Literally, Tariff doesn't even buy it. Nobody buys it. You are doing this purposelessly. Nobody buys it. Just cut the act, hop on panel, and discuss with me. I want you to hop on panel right now. If you do not hop on panel right now, you are a bitch. Like, straight up. You are a bitch. Because you're saying all these things. You indirectly mentioned my name without mentioning it because you're terrified of me. Hop on panel and fucking debate me. But you won't. You literally won't. So, yeah.
Well, yeah. I think he's
Dude, he doesn't want to DM you. You were just talking shit about him an hour ago. You were just calling him fat and saying he doesn't have a job and shit. And now you're all of a sudden switch up. Now you're on his side. Now I'm trying to save you, Tariff. I'm just trying to save you from this toxic community. How about you were just talking shit about him an hour ago, being a toxic douchebag? You're a fucking LARP, bro. Nobody buys your bullshit. Stop. Stop. Honestly, stop. You're making a fucking fool of yourself right now.
I hope
Now he wants to DM. Now he basically wants to get away from this chat because he knows I am going to fucking cook everything he has to say. No matter what he says, I'm going to destroy it. And now he wants to pull you away from me so that I can't address the things and I can't de-scramble the manipulation that he's trying to give you so he can manipulate you on his own accord in a private DM where I can't address the messages. Do you understand that that's what he's trying to do, Tariff?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's not going to message you privately. You can say whatever you want to say on here. There's no reason why you can't. The only reason why you don't need to is so you can get him away from me so that you can manipulate him on your own, you fucking pathetic person. So yeah, go ahead and give it all here, bro. Give us everything he needs. Just do it. We're all here, right? So yeah.
We'll discuss
And
this.
so here's the thing, right? Like this dude, hold up. This dude, I have an actual life, right? Like I have a life, I got things going on, like I got doggies, I got kitties. This guy, do you want to know what his room looks like? If he were to turn on his camera, it would literally just be a fucking battle station and nothing else. That would be his room. That would be his life. So I don't know why he's trying to sit here and like project his Discord and eat them onto others, but I think you can cut the act, big brother. Nobody bothers me. It's going to become a problem later. I'm not trying to spite off on you. You're the one who's literally been here for 2 hours. You're the problem, brother. You are the fucking problem. He's not going to add you on Discord because he's not going to let you manipulate him away from me. That's all you're trying to do. So how about you add me on Discord and we can discuss. Add me. I'll give you my Discord. Hold up. Give me everything I need. And the phone. I don't know who you are, and you know who I am. You indirectly mentioned me. I've never heard your name in my life. Do you know what that is? Do you want to know what that is, bro? That is a parasocial relationship. I have no idea who you are, and you are here mentioning my name to Tariff indirectly. Parasocial relationship. You think you know things about me, and I have no idea who the fuck you are. You think you know everything about me and have personal info on me. I have no idea who you fucking are. You are parasocial. You have a parasocial relationship with me and Greg, and that's why you ghost watch us. You're literally a fan. You are quite literally a fan. So yeah, basically, I don't think that this dude has anything going on for him, and the only community that he should get away from is the creepy Brian Unchained community with a bunch of incel losers who don't get any box. That's what's up?
Is this guy trying to Artstan? Like, is he trying to intimidate me in a very subtle way by insinuating weird things that things are gonna happen to my life?
He's trying to manipulate you into thinking that I'm the bad guy because he thinks that that's how he gets his little win. That's how he gets his little win here. Like it's just like this weird pathetic. It's so meaningless. Like I don't care if you think I'm the bad guy, but this is how meaningless these people's purpose is. They're literally his whole purpose right now is, oh, I have to convince Tariff that Mandenden is the bad guy because right now he's mogging me. That's it. That's how pathetic this human is. He's a fucking pathetic human. Like
Mm,
he has nothing going on for themselves. This is what people who have nothing going on for themselves do. So
right.
yeah.
That's true.
So I won't even think about it. Do you want to talk about something intellectual and just ignore this doofus?
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Have you ever taken a business class?
No, not yet. I probably want. I probably would want to in the future, though.
Yeah. Um.
Yeah, business is a very interesting course. My cousins took that course, I think. Um,
Well, business. I feel like the courses are like relatively useless, but they're
right,
usually good looking on a degree. But it's just like you learn shit that you just already know. Like
right.
kinda.
Yeah, I mean, most business professors, like they say, aren't like big entrepreneurs that make like millions or billions, so you can't
Right.
really rely on them too much.
Exactly. That's like what Mr. Beast says about like marketing teachers. It's like if you're a fucking marketing expert that can teach me how to be an expert marketer, then why are you here teaching at a at a fucking community college or a college or
Right,
whatever, right? Like why
right,
aren't you a famous YouTuber making millions of dollars if you're a marketing expert? Those guys like the business teachers, it's crazy that they have like well, to be fair, business teaches you fundamentals,
right,
but like with the marketing guys, it's like, bro, if you know anything about marketing, if you know anything about like social media, like you wouldn't be a teacher, right? So like I
right.
don't have anything to learn from those people, and those people are essentially just grifters.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't have they have the book smarts, but they don't have experiential smarts.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I admire like to some extent biology professors, like chemistry professors, physics professors. They just they can rely more on book smarts, but like business and like I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey Dallas, wait, hold on. Where's that link I gave you? Copy link.
Do you think you are you gonna have you looked at your degree plan? Do you have to take linear algebra?
Um. Oh, that's okay. If you can't come on, you can. Um. I took pre-calculus already. Does that work?
No, no, but well, you took calculus, I thought.
Yeah, yeah, calculus. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm just asking because for your degree plan in like a medical, I wonder if you'd have to take linear calculus. That one's gonna be really fucking hard.
Um. Possibly. Yeah. I'll check my plan. Yeah. Yeah. I plan on taking probably chemistry next semester. What else? Probably another biology course. And what else? I'll see psychology too. Yeah, like a 2000 level psychology course or something. Because in my college, it's mostly like thousands. Like not in terms of money, but like the course is like 1000, 1050 psych. Like it's like kind of like that. Like like organized like this.
Yeah.
Economic metrics. That's the hardest course in my university or no college. Yeah, in my university that I went to and also my college, was physics, right? So it was a physics
Oh
course.
yeah. Wait, which physics course?
I'm not sure exact. I didn't take it, but like I checked and it was like definitely a physics course, probably.
Yeah, I had to take an engineering physics like two courses for my degree for computer science, which is just so dumb, bro. Like why do I need engineering physics? I needed to take either engineering physics or chemistry, bro. Why do
Mm,
I need that for a computer science software engineering degree? I was so
mm.
annoyed and like, dude, it was so hard, bro. It was so hard. I've taken linear algebra. I've taken all the calculus classes. I mean, all the calculus classes are like nothing once you compared to once you get to linear algebra, which is really tough. But
Right.
regardless, it's like fuck, dude. Like those engineering physics classes are so annoying because you're like working with all these different variables, and they require a bunch of logical leaps, like on the exams, and like all this annoying shit. And then like you got to do all this unit conversion. I hate it. It's so tedious. I just like was. I'm so happy I'm done with that shit.
Right. That's fair. Yeah. I love college. I love university. I love attending it. Yeah. I know some people don't, but because it's hard work. But I like
I
going.
I like it. There's just some classes. It's like, why do I have to take this for software engineering?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What I think about like going to college and university, like high school, you have to go. Like junior high, you have to go. Elementary, you have to go. But like with university, it's something that it's usually for most people. Um, I get to go, not I I have to go, right? You get to go to university because they accepted you because of your marks or your qualifications or whatever, and you get and that's where I become more grateful for what I have or for what I get to do in college or university, and I just enjoy my time there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Linear algebra was tough. Yeah.
Oh, you did linear algebra, Dallas?
No. Oh, Dallas, did you?
Wait, who said that?
Dallas, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Linear algebra is really fucking hard. Like it's like because like all the way up until then, all the math classes you take are just they seem hard, but then you realize all you're really learning is just it's you're learning like fundamentals. You're learning like you're just like learning shit so that you don't end up reinventing wheels. You're just learning like the signs and the fundamentals and all the things you're gonna have to use for actual math. And then once you get to linear algebra, you're not solving equations. Instead, you're proving things. You have to give mathematical proof. So they'll tell you like a statement, and then you have to use mathematical fundamentals like from calculus and trig and all this different shit to prove it. And oh my god, it's so hard. I barely passed that class, and I'll be honest, I used a lot of Wolfram Alpha. Like that shit was so hard to me, and I'm so happy I'm done with that. And let me tell you what, I have never used a fucking ounce of linear algebra coding. An ounce of it. Why would I ever need that? Ever? Why the fuck would I need that to fucking code crazy shit? Like, unless, dude, like, why do I need that, bro? The most advanced data structures do not need that. I don't get why I needed to learn that. I'm still mad that I had to waste my time on that. And I'm still mad that I had to waste my time on the engineering physics course. But the engineering physics course did teach me some cool shit about like I don't know. It taught me some cool shit, but it was hard though.
Yeah. Psychology, I like psychology. Yeah, that's a good course.
Right.
I heard psychology is one of the more difficult courses too.
What? Psycho? Which one?
Um, I don't know, like maybe 1050 or I don't know. Or 10,
Um,
uh,
ten
I
fifty. I don't know about that one. I took a psychology 101 course, and that one was like it was not hard, but that was because it was like a little community college one.
right.
It was really easy. It was actually kind of fun.
um, let's see. Yeah, that's true. You don't use that in your life. Yeah.
Yeah, differential equations. I didn't have to take that gladly, but
If I were to psychoanalyze out, we I have already done this. He's like he's autistic. He's on the spectrum. He
exactly,
might be narcissistic too. I don't know.
exactly.
So we've already done that. So nothing new. I mean, I'm on the spectrum too, but like whatever. It's whatever. Yeah, psychology is not that hard, but for people say it's hard, but yeah, it's not that hard. It's actually quite fun, like taking psychology. Yeah, possibly. Like I mean, he does have some influence. I'm gonna give him that, but he does have some influence, but like not to the extent he thinks he does. Yeah, if that makes sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's sort of like embellishing his sort of influence or whatever to make himself look good, but I don't think that's gonna help him. But return. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, thank you, thank you. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Like law, well, there's good money in law and becoming a lawyer or a judge, but it's not as rewarding as being a doctor or an engineer or whatever. Engineers make less than lawyers, but it's
Being a
just
lawyer, the problem with law school is that there's so many lawyers who end up just getting stuck in like these shitty little firms making like 80K a year, which isn't bad, but
right,
it's hard to actually be someone as a lawyer. It's really hard because the problem is, as a lawyer, that's a job where you are directly competing against other people.
right,
Like a job like a doctor or like any other job, pretty much. Yeah, you're competing for jobs, but you're not like the whole job isn't to literally compete with someone else. And lawyer, that's you have to compete. And so if you're not high IQ, you're just gonna fall. You're just gonna sink, unfortunately, because you will be competing with higher IQ people. So you have to have a really high IQ in that field. You can't just like coast along in the lawyer field. You really have to be good, and that's the problem with that.
don't yeah, laws. Yeah, it's like people say it's advanced. It's like one of the elite jobs, but it's not like I'd say like studying in medicine and engineering is much harder than law. Yeah, it's not as elite as people think it is. Yeah, it makes good money, but it's not like yeah, it's not.
What?
I can be wrong, but
No, I'm not talking about that. Wait, what were you saying makes good money?
law does make good money, but like it's not elite as people think it is. Elite.
I think it's elite, but yeah, you can fall into a. I mean, I just think that it's like, yeah, you're right. It's overhyped. It's a majorly overhyped skill. Like, bro, like I don't respect lawyers at all, and I think like that industry is not good for society. So I
Yeah,
hate how we respect the fucking worst jobs in America. A doctor, that's great. I love that we respect doctors, but I
right,
hate that we respect fucking lawyers. Like, what is the purpose of lawyers? Like
right.
fuck that, bro. We should respect like software engineers and builders and shit like that. Like people who are gonna actually do things. But instead we respect marketers and celebrities and lawyers. Like why marketers, bro? Marketers are so pointless. They're literally
Exactly.
just brainwashers. Wow, my job is to be a fucking brainwasher. That's stupid. I hate
It is,
marketers.
yeah. Sort of like deceive people into buying products or
Exactly, bro.
con-
Like that's
consumerism.
your job. That's your job, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Like lawyers, I don't know. Like, yeah, they make good money. I have lawyer friends who are very intelligent, right? So my dad's a lawyer. My grandfather was a lawyer. They enjoyed their jobs, but yeah, being like a lawyer, like unless you're like for for people who I guess are just average IQ or lower, I guess it is pretty elite, but it's going to be a difficult job to do. Yeah, being a lawyer, but like for intelligent people, I get like being a lawyer won't be much of a difficult endeavor. Yeah,
It's just competitive. You're directly competing with others.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Stuff. Well, it's not that you don't like. It's just that you end up being like a pro bono lawyer or some like, or just working on a computer in a firm somewhere, and like,
exactly. Yeah,
yeah, you don't really actually do any actual work. So
right, right. That's true. Yeah,
I just think it's like, dude, I hate that we respect that as a career. It's like they're not even useful. We don't
right.
need fucking lawyers. Like we should live in a society where people have to defend them are able to defend themselves. That's ideal. Like
That's
that,
true.
we should not have to have lawyers in our world, bro. We really shouldn't.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, people should be able to defend themselves. Yeah, or be taught to defend themselves. Yeah,
Yeah. The law should not be so deliberately complicated. I mean, lawyers are pieces of shit. Like these law firms literally lobby to make the law more complicated so that people cannot understand it themselves, so that they have to rely on them. That's fucking evil. That is, I'm sorry, that's fucking evil. That pisses me off, man. Annoying.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. They shouldn't do that. People should be able to understand the law.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Some bullshit, man.
yeah, and then they blame the people for not being able to follow the rules.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, oh, you didn't follow the rules because, like you made it so complicated for us that when we did try to follow the rules, we just messed up, right? Like we couldn't understand your jargon or whatever, whatever you try to write on your whatever that
Yeah,
rule book.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean lawyers. Lawyer, like if you want to make a lot of money but provide no valuable contribution to society, become a lawyer or become involved in finance.
Yeah, exactly. Finance don't fucking do shit for the world, dude.
Yeah, doctors and engineers they do, but I don't. Doctors make a lot. That's good, but engineers, I don't know why they don't make enough money.
Um, I feel like engineers, if you're a good engineer, you'll make a good amount of money for sure.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. If you like compared to a doctor, though, I don't know why they don't make as much as a doctor though, or the
Well,
medical.
because I mean, an engineer only has to go to school for 4 years. A doctor has to go to school for 10. So that's
That
right.
is
Yeah.
true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
So that's pretty brutal.
No lawyers. Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
doctors make a shit ton because to be a doctor, that's not that's not like an engineer. I can go learn. I just learn how physics work, and then I can do the equations. It's tough, yeah, and I need to know some advanced math. But realistically, anyone could be an engineer if they really tried. A
right.
doctor is something that you not anyone could be. You have to push to get your doctorate, you have to write your thesis, and to write a thesis, you have to somehow push new knowledge into your field, like completely new knowledge that's never been figured out before. That's not something that's revolutionary. You have to literally be a revolutionary in order to get your doctorate. That's not easy at
Right.
fucking all. But and if
Uh,
someone has a doctorate in engineering, they'll make a shit ton of money. They'll probably make like 500,000 a year,
exactly. Yeah.
like or maybe like But this is why I love computer science, right? Because I can make upwards of $500,000 a year as a programmer, and I don't have to go to school for 10 years, right? Like I just
Yeah.
have to be a good programmer. That's what I love about it. So
Yeah. Do you make on commission?
no,
Oh,
that would be so dumb.
right, right.
There's no commission to make as a programmer.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just wondering. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I enjoy. I mean, I overall enjoy college and university and school, but like some people just like I don't know. It's lawyers, politicians, bankers. What do you rate the worst? Best to worst, yeah. Worst to
Uh,
worst.
well, I would probably rate, yeah, probably lawyers are like the most in terms of it's this is a hard question, right? Because in the society we're in, where the law is super fucking complicated, we do need lawyers. We need pro bono lawyers. We need lawyers to be able to defend people who are
Right,
innocent, or else people are going to be getting framed for stupid shit. So we do need them.
right,
And then politicians is another thing that like we need a sovereign. I believe in a sovereign. I believe in this like idea of like this philosophical idea of escaping the state of nature, and we need a sovereign. So I believe that politicians are somewhat useful. Ah, that's a toughie.
bankers would be the worst.
Yeah.
Bankers just like nowadays they
Yeah.
pay like interest or like they tax people hard or
Yeah, bankers are pretty fucking useless, bro. We do not need fucking bankers. The banks like were great for founding America. I think they're great for the foundation of America, but I think in their state they are so bad. Like they're in such a bad place.
yeah, they don't really benefit the working or the hey Scrimshaw.
Wow, Scrimmy's here. I wonder how he found out about this. How did he even see
He
this
was
stream?
here earlier actually and
Was he really? What did he say?
he just said hi. I I think the best profession to be is probably in terms of contributions and money is law.
No. What do you mean?
No. Sorry, yeah, I fumbled. Medicine.
Yes, exactly. If you actually look at it statistically speaking, the most abundance of jobs that pay the most are all in health, like all of them. So if you
uh,
if you want to get a job that's actually useful to society, like you're actually genuinely useful and you'll be respected and you deserve respect because you're an expert on the human body, then you should get into medicine. If you
right.
want to be a useless piece of shit who makes a lot of money, then you can go into finance. But you're useless, like
Yeah.
totally useless, and like bankers. But yeah, okay, I didn't actually do his question. So in our modern society, Dallas, I would rank them like this: politicians are probably highest because I think that there are politicians that we do in fact need. Like we need people. We need a politician, right? We need people to be able to vote for people. I think lawyers are second, and then bankers are worst.
Yeah, that makes
Bankers
sense.
are the worst, yeah.
He's right,
But
Dallas.
that's tough. That's tough. That's a really tough one because there's a
It's
lot of shitty people in like each field.
exactly. Yeah, I agree. Politicians. Yeah. We need politicians in society.
Well, you need a sovereign, right? And so
Yes, sovereignty.
politicians is kind of like a very vague term. Like it can be anything, right? But you need a sovereign, and a sovereign is essentially a politician. So you need them to a certain extent. You need people who are involved in politics.
Right.
Otherwise, it's like a communist state, and you don't want that. So
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
need people to run it for you, and you
Yeah.
need people to be able to like explain them to the working class. But then it's just a problem because everyone is lobbying. So
Yeah. Like, yeah, it all depends on like in terms of like what we need in society, it all depends on how we view the people in general, the people or the masses in general, in terms of like their character or personality. I think like most people, like they say, they're diamonds are more rare than coal. So
Hmm.
like you're gonna find like very few good people, very well-meaning people that are there for the interests of themselves, and not only themselves but for other people as well, and care for other people and want the best for other people as well as themselves. But yeah, I mean, very few people are like selfless and caring and compassionate, and I feel that like this may sound a bit Hobbesian, but like most people, I think are bad people, and I feel there are very little good people in the world. But that's just my perspective.
Hmm. Well, that's interesting.
I'm generally an optimistic person, but like from experience, I've seen a lot of people are just very corrupt and bad.
Um, I mean, Hobbes didn't really think that people were bad. He just thought that, like, in a state of nature, we would be at like a constant state of war. And me personally, I disagree with that because it's like a state. This is our state of nature. Like,
Right.
our state of nature is to become civilized. And I think in a state of nature, people probably like we evolved empathy for a reason. And
Right.
I don't think that, yeah, like empathy exists, right? And so while
Right.
people are able to lapse their empathy and they're able to maybe like take advantage of others and stuff like that. I think like that is something that we deliberately evolved in
Right.
order to get rid of that. So I feel like in a state of nature, if someone were to be a thief or like be, you know, like harming others,
Right.
like our empathy as individuals like are going to kill that person. Like it's going to make society kill those people. And I think that that's very natural to us. Like I think in a state of nature, if someone were to steal from someone else, like humans would basically gang up on them like a hive and kill them.
Right.
And
Right.
so, if anything, this whole I believe the exact opposite of Hobbes. I don't think that us giving appointing a sovereign is to protect humans from the psychopaths, like
Right.
normal people from the psychopaths. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's to protect the psychopaths and put them in a world where they are going to have some sort they'll be have this the fear of God will be struck into them, and so they can actually live, right? Because in a state of nature, psychopaths are immediately going to be killed off
Right.
immediately, like literally immediately, because we have empathy and we also have anger. Like if you look at a psychopath talking, you hear him talk, we feel a natural instinctive anger towards that. In a
Right.
state of nature, anger turns into violence.
Right.
So we just kill those people. I actually am I disagree with Hobbes big time about that. Because I
Right.
think in a state of nature we're perfectly calm, and I think that it's just our civilization is just an extension of our state of nature. But
Right.
that's my personal belief.
That is true. Yeah. We're social animals. Just because we're intelligent, we're capable of intellectual discourse and discussion. That doesn't mean we haven't, how to say, evolved past our primal instincts and nature that we had when we were just different life forms or organisms, right?
Yeah, I do believe that in a like lawyers though, like to reply to Scrimshaw, it's like we do need them, but I do believe that in an ideal world people should be able to understand law enough to defend themselves, and I know that's difficult, but ideally, like, we shouldn't have a need for lawyers. People should be able to defend themselves. But I understand that's like totally ideal, and people might not be smart enough for that. And then the dumb people are going to be at a disadvantage. But in the state we're in, the poor people are at a disadvantage. And guess what? The poor people are dumb. So the dumb people are at a disadvantage, anyways. So it is what it is.
Who's Sandman?
That's yin yang.
Oh, how you named? Yeah, like What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's Ying. Oh, okay. Hi, Ying. Yeah. Like as I was saying, people I feel are can be good or bad. They have like they say divine and demonic traits, but they have a choice to choose. Like in my perspective, they have a choice to choose which side really controls over them, or what actions they are to do in the world or whatever. If that makes any sense, yeah. But I think people go for hedonism or the demonic state because that's easier to do. But like if they tap into their divinity or their god nature, or in other words, their g- their their morality, their ethics, their righteous sense of self, or no, not righteous, their good sense of self, then they would do good things for people, and they wouldn't seek to do harm to others, I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at this chat real quick.
Who's the guy, bro? I keep on hearing.
The guy was chill.
Oh, okay, okay. Hi, guy, bro. Um,
I wonder if that's actually the guy, bro.
I don't know. It could be. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean, like when people weren't, well, people and our ancestors, like from before we were humans, before we were primates, or like we the theory of evolution, like we evolved to different, like depending on what people believe in, I guess, like they believe in creationism or evolution, I mean. But like if we look at it from an evolutionary standpoint, I think sort of developed our nervous system, our brains in a sort of way. I'll answer that later, but like we developed our brains in a sort of way that could, well, communicate intellectually and sort of adapt to certain, like, environmental changes, and sort of use the environment to our advantage, and not be hindered by it in any sort of way, as we evolved up the animal kingdom, and as we became humans and we became much more intelligent. It could be real, I don't know, but God knows, only God knows. Yeah. um i'm not sh- I'm not sure about the Second Amendment. I'm not American, but I'll look into it. Yeah, the Second Amendment, it could be. Yeah, I should be aware of it because, yeah, but like I don't know.
Yeah, he's Canadian, to be fair, so.
Is evolution real?
Yeah. Do you believe in evolution, Dallas Luxmaxer? Dallas Luxmaxer, do you believe in free will? Apparently Mike Israel doesn't believe in free will, which is just so cringe.
Yeah,
Like, so cringe, bro. You're so, like, yeah, it's such cope, bro.
I
Well,
believe.
bro, like according to the things that we know, like every action is a reaction of another action, but like quantum mechanics is just random, so that wouldn't be free will either. Yeah, but we don't understand everything about the universe clearly based off quantum mechanics. It's not saying that our fucking free will is some sort of quantum fluctuation. It's to say that clearly based off quantum mechanics, every action doesn't have a reaction. Some actions are completely and utterly random. In fact, every
Right.
action is completely and utterly random at a fucking particular scale. And
Right.
so if things can be that complicated at a particular scale, perhaps the most complicated process that we know of that created everything we know and gives us the perception of the world as we know it is more complicated than we could ever perceive. Perhaps it's not logical or computable at all. And
Mhm.
Gödel's theorem proves that because there are mathematical fundamentals which are uncomputable, fundamentally uncomputable. We need our brain to be able to comprehend them.
Right, right. Um, yeah, that's true, yes. I believe there's certain aspects of this creation that are free will that require free will. No, no, not require, but that have free will, and that there's certain aspects that are fatalistic or deterministic. So it's a mix of both, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Interesting. It depends what philosophy you follow, right? Philosophical framework or school of thought. I mean, if you follow if you follow the ancient Greeks, like the Stoics, they say that everything is fatalistic. If you follow God from the Bible, they'll say it's free will. I mean, it all depends.
Right. I want to respond to this, but I gotta do something. So go ahead and talk about free will. I want to continue this conversation in a minute.
Free will is like we all know what it is. It's the ability to choose our destiny, our actions, our behaviors, our speech. y- Possibly, yeah, yeah, and like we can do what we want, think how we want, act how we want, and that's called a state of like being conscious of what you're doing and what you're saying and what you're feeling, or it's called being conscious, right? So like, yeah, like most species on this planet are compulsive beings, right? We have to understand this. I think humans have the most free will. If not, if they're the only ones with the free wills, we're the only ones with free will.
Well, who knows? It's
Yeah.
impossible to know.
Right, right. Possibly. I don't know. Most species on this planet, in my opinion, are based on like survival instincts.
Right.
Eat, sleep, repeat. Eat, sleep, repeat. I don't know. Eat, sleep, defecate, repeat, or whatever. Eat, sleep, excrete, repeat. Yeah. Eat, eat, excrete, sleep, repeat. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Free will exists because free will and fatalism don't not there's like there's all this debate, like this false dichotomy that oh one or the other has to exist, or this existence won't exist, or that's weird, but like they can exist in tandem to each other, or coexist, or exist at the same time, or it doesn't have to be um it doesn't have to like exist separately, like free will and determinism or fatalism. Yeah, it doesn't have to exist separately. Like,
Well,
although,
determinism is literally like disproven, fundamentally disproven. So I don't know why people talk about it. It's been disproven. It was disproven in the fucking 40s.
right,
So it's not true, and entropy isn't real either. We've actually proven that from nothing, from a vacuum of completely empty space, there are quantum fluctuations which particles can be derived from. So entropy isn't even real. Like particles can be created from nothing. This is real. That's how the universe was created. Quantum fluctuations can create something from
right,
nothing. That's exactly what they are. And so that's fucking weird, man. That's weird, bro. And so I think that maybe there's things about our universe that we simply don't understand, and we never
right,
will.
right. Yeah, I feel science explains like the material aspect of this creation, and religion and spirituality and all those other things, they have a answer for that is which is beyond the physical and goes into the sort of ontological and sort of more, how to say it, more like spiritual, or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hold up.
it goes to be beyond what is physical, let's just say non-material, right?
Non-material. Well, I mean,
uh Spicoli is wondering if you can contact him or something.
he can hop on and talk to us now.
Oh, okay, I'll drop the link. Yeah,
Yeah.
for
So what's your wait? So what was it? Was it Keynesian economics? Was that the one weird type of economics that like Dallas Luxemexer was talking about? Just one second. Just one second. I'm almost done with the thing I'm doing.
hmm. I did learn about entropy and the concept, at least, of entropy in biology, and for some weird reason, it's more of a physics concept, but we
It
still
is a
learn.
physics concept, but it's also inherently spiritual, and it's philosophical too. And people use it as they derive philosophy from it, which is annoying, right?
Right,
It's
right.
annoying. So because they derive like all sorts of nihilism from it. But
Mm,
I actually think that we are, I have, like we are as individuals, we don't think of progression exponentially,
right,
and so I don't think we understand that within the next billion, multiple billions of trillions of years, we are going to have discovered, and we will still be around. We're going to discover how we can turn our own quantum fluctuations into perhaps new photons. So I don't think
right,
the inevitable heat death of the universe is actually a real thing. I think that
right.
that's us not thinking exponentially enough.
Um, After the end, yeah, my in my biology class, they said, oh, that life exists because it like because life works against the entropy of the universe in a sort of way that that sort of sustains life and allows it to prosper, and or parts of the universe work against the entropy or disorder that causes it to go into nothingness, so that it may exist as its own entity or something, so it can
Yeah,
sustain itself, and you know what I mean. But
right, right. Just a second. Oh wow, okay. I did. Okay, cool. Hold on. I gotta
What
figure out what this effect is called.
Oh, okay. Actualization. Actualization. The meaning of life is to, in my opinion, is to survive, to experience pain, to experience pleasure, to experience all sorts of emotions, to experience, to sort of to essentially survive, and then for humans it's to pass, like to get a legacy or whatever. But
No, my phone is dying. God damn it!
um I
Hold on,
think,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Reproduction, obviously to sort of get the next generation. Hedonism, pleasure, so that we may, I don't know, like enjoy things, I don't know. But hedonism is not good, but like pleasure is good, I guess, just in moderation, I guess. Or in temper, like like that's why we practice temperance, right? So modern money is like a exchange system, like a currency or exchange system that people use to, so that they don't have to barter goods. I don't know. I may be wrong, but like it it, it replaced sort of barter economies or token economies, where like yeah, like people had to depend on trading or like goods. Now they just have to have a currency, common currency that people can rely on, I guess. But currencies, now there's so many currencies out there, it's hard to track. Anyways, this is haiku. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like it. Uh, what do I think of the death penalty? It's controversial. Yeah, I think. Oh man, Brendan. What? Oh, hi.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. The
Okay.
death penalty is interesting. I mean, it depends, like, on the crime. If it's shoplifting, no death penalty. If it's killing someone, I think that's fair. But you know, oh, that's interesting. Luigi Mangione might. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like I don't know. It depends. Yeah, if we kill, especially for no good reason, right? Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the state should. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Consciousness isn't a quantum effect because we know this because we can change and turn off consciousness through the chemical drugs and such. That is bio. Yeah. This the thing about the countries that we live in, like America, Canada, or whatever, like the Western European countries or Europe, like they have grown to be secular. And ever since like the Renaissance and the revival period in general, we've grown to separate the church from the state. So our laws and regulations are more secularized, more oriented towards human rights or human condition, and we've grown apart from God. But I believe God is important personally, but like the secular state is just weird about that. Yeah, like they don't like God. They believe that God should be separate from the state. People should have their free will to choose what they want to believe in, and yada yada yada. Yeah, yeah. D- Society, like since the 1400s or maybe even 1300s, was like they I think they scapegoated religion a lot. Yeah, they're like, I like, who caused the Black Plague? It wasn't religion that caused the Black Plague. It was because of like some plague from China. Yeah, like, and they're like, oh, religion did it, but it wasn't. Yeah, proto Protestantism. Interesting. Not sure. Yeah, like, not sure. Jane Huss. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, the bubonic plague. Yeah, they scapegoated, like, good segue. Jane Huss, the late 14th century. Oh, she was like like that sort of interregnum period between like the medieval and Renaissance age. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that buffer period. Yeah, or whatnot. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, like from China or like the Polynesian Islands or whatever they're called, and it pretty much wiped off a lot of Europe, and it even went to the America. Like, if you read deeper into history, it went into the Americas, like through the European conquistadors from Spain or Portugal, or and from like from Britain or Great Britain and France and stuff. Yeah, it spread a lot. Yeah, a lot of the navigators um m- and were conquerors, so to speak, were like Italian, like Christopher Columbus or Magellan. I don't know when Magellan was, probably Italian, but yeah, yeah. I mean, most of history, I think. Like, first we have like Indian, Egyptian, Greek history, Greco-Roman history. So alchemy, not too familiar with it. Alchemy, alchemy. Is it like, I like, it's like a, not too familiar with alchemy. Yeah, honestly, but yeah, I mean, interesting. Yeah, I mean, science. Most of science that we know of today is from like, I have to be careful, like, when I say this, because I might get something wrong. But it's like, it comes from the ancient Greeks, like, like Aristotle. Well, I don't know, Aristotle. so certain ancient Greek philosophers that were in the past, let's just say, and those beliefs became repressed during the medieval ages, where like Christianity and religion took precedence in Europe and the world
That's a good
eventually,
point.
and well, mostly in Europe, because the known world was
You want
mostly
treat?
Europe
You want treat?
at that time.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Good boy.
the world as we know today
Good boy.
is because of the past 500 years, 500, 600 years. Yeah,
I got a lot of comments to catch up on. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I wonder. Wait, is this Aztan dude still talking?
No,
Damn it, I have to read. Oh shit, hold up.
uh, interesting.
Wait, what? Dallas, that's not true. You can absolutely think of nothing. That just means you've never meditated before. You should try meditating. You can absolutely think of nothing. It is a real thing. That's what meditation is. I mean, there's multiple forms of meditation. Some forms of meditation are to like hyper focus on specific things, but one of the main like like to meditate, you have to completely wipe your mind. And by the way, you can think of nothing. Anesthesia, you're thinking of nothing. Under a state of anesthesia, you are not thinking at all. Your brain, you're alive, but your brain is not operating. And you can absolutely decide to think about nothing. That's what meditation is.
Uh, I mean, interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What was I gonna say? This universe is very complex. I mean, there's this theory in Hinduism that there are universes within each atom. In every different atom, there's a universe, I guess, of its own. So, which is interesting. Or there are other universes out there. Like in Hinduism, they say there are other Brahmas, right? Brahma is the creator god. So, like he creates the universe. So there are other universes. So, and there's this theory that are a multiplicity of universes. So there's like a multiverse out there, or even an omniverse out there with a multiplicity of multiverses.
I
Or
want to respond to Dallas really quick. So he said, what did he say? Alchemy is the science of turning stuff into gold. It's immense scope. I admit I will concede that alchemy is it's a pseudoscience, but it is a pseudoscience that was a future analog to chemistry. And while chemists like the main difference between alchemy and chemistry is that chemists actually know about molecules. So they can actually know more about what they're doing from a scientific level. And alchemy definitely had a lot of pseudoscience involved. But
no,
I mean, the Chinese had like 4,000 herbs that would heal people, and they knew about all sorts of types of herbs that we use nowadays as medicine.
right,
So it's definitely, I mean, it's real. And like another thing is that blacksmithing used to be considered a form of alchemy because you're changing the material at a molecular level.
right,
And so they didn't know that, but all they knew is that when you're changing a material in any type of way, when you're taking a material and you're changing it into another, that's alchemy.
and that's not bullshit because they did know how to do that. They didn't know whether they didn't maybe know the chemistry behind it. They didn't know exactly what they're doing, but they absolutely did know how to take substances, mix them together, and they would turn into a new substance. And that's why they created alchemy because they knew that they could do that. The
Yeah.
problem is that they didn't know the science behind it, and so they would get all sorts of weird things wrong, and they didn't know how molecules worked. But regardless, they did know they created chemical reactions, and chemical reactions, that's what alchemy is. It's to take one material and turn it into an entirely new material. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
No, if you're thinking about nothing, you're thinking of nothing. You can absolutely wipe your mind from any thoughts. You should try meditating. That's exactly what meditating is.
Yeah.
Or yeah,
Yeah, chemistry is like it's how things like come from atoms, like certain atoms that consist of how to say it, a certain configuration of neutrons, electrons, and protons, and other subatomic particles. I think so. How these things come together, these atoms come together, like depending on how many of um those atom, like let's just say neutrons, protons, and electrons, they come to, like in chemistry, like those things come together to make certain objects, certain life forms. Like carbon is like carbon life forms. There's a reason why we call it carbon life forms, because when we're made of carbon, like every life form on earth is made of carbon, from like a see, like from a microbe to a human being, right? So everything is made of carbon, and that is organic. That is inorganic, I think, yeah, not, there's no carbon. Well, definitely not no carbon, but life on, like the things what we see in the universe, all made of atoms that configure themselves together, and sort of um yeah, I think that configures themselves together.
I want to say something really quick. Dallas, like you, we do have to thank alchemists for their contributions because what you don't realize is that alchemists were literally like they were the first scientists. Because before all these forms of sciences we had and like the scientific theory that we know of, the only people doing experiments with actual physical things were alchemists. They were mixing different substances together and seeing what happened and wrote about the results. That's science. That's an early form of science. And before them, no one was doing that. I mean, there was like philosophers. They were just like kind of bullshitting. Mathematicians, yeah, they did math, but they weren't really doing anything practical with it until, I mean, they did, there was practical uses to the math, but it still wasn't a science because there wasn't a form of scientific experimentation going on. But with alchemy, that was the first thing that people sort of experimented with. And why we do have to respect these people is because this is where the idea of like journaling came from. Like they would write things down, they would mix these things together and they journal about it. And I can guarantee you that a lot of our modern knowledge comes from these alchemists. And like Scrimshaw said, a really good example of that is like bronze. Like that was all considered alchemy back then. Definitely gunpowder. That was 100% considered alchemy. Even cooking was considered a form of alchemy. And
Yeah.
so because alchemy, they knew what chemical reactions were, they just didn't know what like caused that. They didn't know, they knew they occurred, they just didn't know what exactly they were or what chemicals were. So just because they didn't know what molecules were doesn't mean they weren't doing science. They absolutely were, and it wasn't bullcrap. And guess what? There are chemistry notebooks. There's actual chemistry books from 100 years ago that would tell you all sorts of bullshit recipes that have been proven wrong nowadays. And so are they not scientists? Because they were scientists and they're doing actual chemistry. So I kind of disagree with you on this. I think alchemy is well, Dallas, you should try meditation then. Meditation is kind of crazy because in a true meditative state, like your brain will start kind of going wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, chemistry is very interesting to study because, like, it's like it, it explains a lot of biology and physics at the same time, if that makes sense, because it's like that middle discipline between
Good boy.
biology and
Good boy.
physics.
Good boy.
Oh, sorry, you're saying
No, I was just talking to my dog. My bad.
it's like that, like that middle discipline between biology and physics that explains sort of both at the same time. And well, the physics explains chemistry, biology. Chemistry explains biology and physics. No, chemistry explains biology. Biology explains every other discipline beneath it. But physics explains everything else. I think, like, you can even explain, like, because of how complex and how nuanced and how, like, yeah, how complex and nuanced physics is. You can even explain, like, how people come to speak or people come to communicate with physics and like science and biology, this sort of
I don't
science.
think physics has learned to tell us that yet, but I think I've kind of thought about this before. I think the distinction between physics and biology comes here. So, like, physics exists at a quantum level, and it exists, but once you get to beyond, because that's particle physics, right? But
Yeah.
once these particles become atoms, now it's chemistry. Now you're dealing
Right.
with atoms and molecules and all this stuff. So, and then once you go on from molecules to like actual large size objects, then it becomes physics. But the problem is, like, it is kind of like there's like, my dog just did
Oh,
something funny.
physics can
It
include
was
like
funny.
planets and
It was funny. Yeah, also things larger than that.
yeah, yeah, planets, like star systems. Well, astronomy is a branch of
Yeah.
physics, right? So
Yeah. Astronomy, yeah.
yeah, astronomy is so like
Yeah, there are kind of blurred lines between these things, but
the
the chemistry doesn't really, it's not really like, yeah, I don't know,
chemistry.
it's hard.
Yeah, like chemistry explains atoms, molecules, chemical compounds, um, how certain things are made in the world through chemistry. How certain things act, like react or act in the world based on like chemical laws or you know like chemical like chemist like chemical um, for I don't know, like chemistry is very complex, and I feel that like every atom that this universe consists of, like, or at least in this world. I mean, let's just talk about this world because like we don't know much about the world outside of what is right here. Not that much, at
Right.
least. We can only make certain assumptions, but based on what we uh, sort of observe, I guess. But
To be
but
fair, Yin Yang, I want to reply to Yin Yang's comment. Um, Isaac Newton also believed in like a heliocentric model, and he believed that the sun was singing songs with the other planets, and that's what caused like gravity and the rotation of all the planets. So like he was a little bit of a quack, not gonna lie.
uh,
But that being said, who am I to say he's wrong? And also, like, yeah, this is why people are so confident in their like modern paradigms. But if they look at the people who created these modern paradigms, they thought all sorts of crazy shit. And the modern cope to that is like, oh well, it's the Nobel Prize syndrome. They just like convinced themselves of crazy ideas, but it was distinct from their expertise. How about they're smarter than you and they probably know more than you, and so maybe we should understand that they're smart enough to be conscientious to research topics, but also to be fair, most doctorates can convince themselves. Like smart people can convince themselves of some crazy shit. Like it actually makes it easier to convince yourself of that stuff because you can
Yeah.
rationalize.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm kind of just yapping at this point.
Yeah. I mean, chemistry is very interesting. It explains various different phenomenon in this, and how like how the like biochemical processes work. I guess like, for example, how to basic things like how to clean your bathtub with, what is it? What do they clean it with? Like, or like how to clean your clothes with detergent. Those require like chemistry, like to make those kind of um sort of like how to say it, products, cleaning products. The chemistry is needed everywhere. You need chemistry to make fuel for your car. You need chemistry to sort of like, well, it's mostly like metallurgy and chemistry, yeah. Like to make your car, yes. Like because like the cars aren't made of metal, and metal is like various types of metal are used for like making cars. Um and physics too, yes. Physics, because like it requires like velocity, speed, acceleration, sort of understanding those concepts. Um,
Right.
and exactly, chemistry is needed for life itself. Atoms, molecules, chemical compounds.
For sure, for sure.
Dark matter is like, how do I describe it? Space, or like,
Dark matter is basically a phony fallacy because do you know what it is? I can describe to you what it is.
what is it?
So basically, what dark matter is was when Einstein did his equations and created the theory of relativity, they worked fine for all sorts of calculations until in 1938 or somewhere time around 10, some people discovered, they actually did the math and they discovered that galaxies are missing 99% of the math for Einstein's equations to work. So what
Right,
did they do to cope about this, to cope about the fact that the equations do not work? They invented this completely phony type of matter that we have no evidence of, and we called it dark matter. We
right,
said, oh, there's 99% of missing matter in order for Einstein's equations to work. Well, they work with everything else and they make a lot of sense. So the matter must exist and we must not be able to see it. There's no evidence for dark matter. And nowadays, they're actually coming up with this thing called modified Newtonian dynamics to
right,
completely do away with dark matter entirely. And in fact, there's a new study done in around 2023 that seemed to point to the idea that the Earth is actually in a massive void, that
right,
in a massive void of the universe, which is massively devoid of, it's massively devoid of matter. And so that seems to be the current that's a current theory for why the equations didn't work the way that they should, is because they think that perhaps that we live in a region of the universe which is literally devoid of the matter that would be required for Einstein's equations to work.
right,
But basically, what dark matter is Einstein's equations didn't work, and so they just filled it in with this fake matter, and they're like, oh well, there just must be dark matter then if we need more matter. It's called dark matter. They poofed it into existence. It's not a real thing, and we have no proof of it. So yeah, it is
yeah.
a cult.
I
And most
think,
modern physicists, by the way, they don't believe in it anymore. They navigate. Some do. Some believe that dark matter is a real thing that we're going to discover someday. But a lot of people gravitate towards modified Newtonian dynamics, basically taking Newton's old equations and modifying them to work at a universal scale. and that
Right.
works perfectly fucking fine. So, yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty interesting.
Yeah. I believe that, what was I gonna say? The first first and foremost, I think the atmosphere that we have sort of protects the life on Earth, or just everything in general, from the outside, quote unquote, world, or like from space, from everything, from the world, like sort of being torn apart, I guess, but
Oh wow.
that's what the atmosphere is there for. So, like, to sort of protect the world, in case, it's like it's in cases it encompasses the world in a certain way that, like, holds it together and makes sure life here is sustained, or no, not necessarily for life, maybe for life, but but make sure everything is held together in planet Earth, and sort of nothing really does anything to harm the Earth, unless they really push through the atmosphere, if you know what I mean. Yeah. The Big Bang, or I don't know what panspermia. The Big Bang is like 13 billion years ago, or what, I don't know, many billion years ago, that the universe just maybe erupted from nothing. I don't know, but I don't know what the theory encompasses from the beginning, but everything
You
just
believe?
expanded from there, and we're just in a constant state of expansion of the universe, I guess, over time, I guess.
Well, have you heard of the cyclical cosmetology theory, or it's I forget what it's called exactly, but it's called CCC is the abbreviation.
Is it like there was a previous universe before this?
Pretty much, but I mean, there's a lot of theories that discuss that, and that's kind of very vague.
Right.
But Robert, um, oh shit, what's his name? Why can't? Oh yeah, Roger Penrose, Sir Roger Penrose, one of the smartest physicists who has ever lived. He has this theory for something called conformal cos, cosmology, and
Right.
what he believes is that if you look at something infinite, then
Right.
basically he believes that once the universe expands to a point of heat death and like basically complete equilibrium, he says that if you actually do the math, that works the exact same as if you are looking at the universe from a singularity, basically at the very
Right.
start of the universe. He says
Right.
the math in an equilibrium and the math in a infinitely dense singularity that would create the Big Bang at the start of the universe. He says they're essentially identical. You can do the same math between. So
Right.
he believes that the universe is basically doing this infinite cycle where it reaches equilibrium and then it once again big bangs, and basically it's getting infinitely bigger and bigger, but like that size is essentially completely relative to the particles that exist, so it's not
Yeah.
actually bigger. It's just that the universe infinitely expands, and then it it doesn't. There's multiple theories. Some people believe that there's a big crunch, that the universe will all of a sudden like crunch back into itself and then re-expand, but this one is very particular. This one believes that once you reach an equilibrium, that is like identical to the idea of I'm not articulating it well right now, but basically he's saying that mathematically speaking, equilibrium is the exact same as a singularity. So basically, the universe will expand, hit equilibrium, and then do another Big Bang after the
Yeah.
heat death of the universe. And then he says that there's actually, through the cosmic background theory, there's actually some sort of evidence of this. He says that there's actually like it seems like there's some sort of evidence that there was a universe that existed before us. It's very interesting shit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. In Hinduism, they have that kind of theory, I think.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And this is just like, I mean, there's a lot of theories, right? There's a lot of infinite recycling universe theories. There's a lot of them, but this one I find extremely convincing. And the reason it's called conformal is because if you look at conformal paintings, then like it's a way to look at it's a way to basically perceive infinity because
Yeah.
both things deal with infinity, both a singularity during a Big Bang and a heat death at the end of the universe. One is infinite space and one is infinite density, and so mathematically those both work identically. So
Yeah.
it's super interesting. Is what Robert Penrose says, and I believe Roger Penrose. Like he wouldn't just lie about that. He's not some quack. Like he is one of the he received a Nobel Peace Prize. He's one of the smartest physicists who has ever lived. He created Penrose stairs. He helped Stephen Hawking with work on black holes. He's like a renowned mathematician and a renowned physicist. He's one of the smartest men who's ever lived. And so it's very interesting that he came with this theory, and there seems to be some sort of evidence of it. I'm yapping about it, but I just think it's super interesting.
Right, right. That's true. And, science for the past 500 years has really 500, 600 years, sorry, that really have really evolved and sort of adapted to the growing and civilizing, like, how to say it, the evolving world that that surrounded it, with, as well as with the people who studied it and sort of used and applied it for the use of others, and for for better, for worse, for the use of mankind or whatever. And, science has been a fundamental, at least for most secularized people, which is fine, but, for most secularized people, it has been a fundamental way of understanding the world and sort of their place in it, and sort of how do I say it, conceptualizing how certain phenomenon are explained, right? So religion explained things they had a more like, the difference between religion and science is more deductive. Like, the scientific method developed since the ancient Greeks, but and then was rehashed and revived by philosophers or scientists like Francis Bacon in the
Oh,
revival period. I just call it revival because Renaissance, Enlightenment, I just loop those together. But anyways, um, 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 I think that, science, yeah, like, during the Renaissance era, I think science took a very good turn for the better, I think. But, like, they disregarded, like, religion and God, and they reverted to secularism and just, I don't know, just a very, how to say it.
I don't think scientists give. They don't really do philosophy. And
Yeah,
they're not trying to give an opinion. Well, ideally, it's not supposed to be trying to give an opinion on God or anything like that. But the problem is that people do it anyways. They derive philosophy from it, which is like, why are you doing that? Like, why
right,
are you deriving philosophy from this? Doesn't really make any sense. Because that's the whole point, is that you don't derive philosophy from it. You're just supposed to figure out how things work in our natural world, not derive any sort of spiritual epistemology from it. And people do that anyways, and it's like you're kind of missing the point, because the whole
right,
point of science is that we don't really understand these things, and we never will.
right.
So
there are things that science understands, but it's very limited. Yeah. National Socialism. National Socialism, I don't think I think they just co-opted socialism just to sort of appeal to people who are like I'm not like I learned about it but I forgot, like to sort of appeal to the communists and socialists, but they really are like far right fascists in all reality. They're far right fascists, but they're not leftist by any means. But they just call themselves national socialists to sort of appeal to like communists and socialists, I guess.
Yeah, I heard that apparently, like I've heard this could just be propaganda that Hitler called himself a socialist to appeal to the working class people, just like as a
Yeah,
manipulation tactic. But
yeah,
because I mean, he obviously wasn't a union supporter, right? Like,
right. He was like, yeah, he hated. I mean, if we look at the history, Jews were completely persecuted and obliterated by a lot of people in the past, and it's unfortunate what happened to the Jews. But I don't by any means economic is left wing. So like they believed in like less working, less like I mean how to say it, working less hard or whatever. Like yes, like and not making too much money. I don't know what it means by economic wing, but I think that's what it means. I don't know, but
what does what mean?
economically left wing.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I think economically left wing honestly means you believe in a freer economy, usually, is what that means.
Yeah,
But it also means you believe in like certain um govern certain businesses to be owned by the government, such as healthcare, like education. So that's not necessarily indicative of free market. The economically left wing is an interesting one because it's like libertarian, but with some special caveats. Like it believes in a free market and for people to express their freedom of choice, but it also thinks that like healthcare should be a publicized system owned by the government and like et cetera, et cetera. So they're not full on libertarians, and they do believe in higher taxes to support these things being owned by the government. So they're not libertarians. Is
yeah,
interesting.
that's true.
What are people saying right now? Can you read some of the comments?
Yeah. Oh, the Third Reich was very economically left wing.
Oh, why? I could be convinced to see why because like a lot of left wing economics has to do with like government owning certain parts of the economy. But that being said, I feel like people make a mistake by thinking that like communism is left wing when it's kind of not, because communism is quite authoritarian actually.
Right, right.
Because you're saying that the government should own the businesses and make all the economic decisions. That's authoritarian, and so it's not necessarily liberal or Republican. Like it's the compass, right? It's the political compass. So it's like authoritarian, not liberal
What
or right.
what when I was younger, when I studied about communism and socialism and anarchism and other ideologies regarding those things, I was a huge anarchist, by the way, and I know a lot about anarchism. I wrote like
Mhm.
several articles on it, so I know a lot about the stuff. And my brother is an anarchist himself who studied political science, and I talked to him a lot about it. So and he said to me that, and I learned from books on anarchism and communism. Like communism is like a free association of people where people like can essentially in economically, politically, and socially they're more free to do what they want to do. But the thing is that's not achievable because like power does sometimes corrupt, and like when it transitions from like capitalism to state capitalism to socialism. Like it
Mhm.
usually stagnates at social state capitalism because they want to consolidate and monopolize that power for themselves. That is the authorities. So like they don't want to give that power to the people. So
Mhm.
and they just want to hoard that power for themselves, the wealth, the resources, the capital, the everything for themselves. So they don't want the workers to have that. So I think that communism is not achievable in its realist form, and like where everyone's equal, where everyone's free to do what they want. But I feel that communism, it's ideal. Like Chiapas, Rojava, I like those are like true forms of communism or anarchism that actually work, but they're very small, and they're almost non-existent in this planet. And yeah, like I mean, capitalism. I think I'd oriented towards more capitalism because I think that it's more sustainable. It's not ideal, but it's more sustainable than communism, and and it's better than I. It's like fascism is like a extreme form of capitalism, essentially. I guess, like where like the state just owns everything, and it's
Yeah.
just ugly.
Well, no, that's what communism is. Like the state owning everything, that is communism, you know. And so that's why I fundamentally disagree with this like common, like it's a very common thing that people say, where it's like, well, communism is actually ideal. It's just it could never work because of human nature. I don't think communism is ideal because it's literally limiting human freedom of expression. So it's not
Right.
ideal at all. Actually, it's like it's super anti-human. You're saying that humans don't have the right to own any private property. They don't have the right to start businesses of their own. They don't have the right to have any sort of like socioeconomic. There's no way for them to climb a socioeconomic ladder. They're just a pawn of the government. They're just it's just you're just a utilitarian individual there to add utility to your society. And I think that's not ideal at all. I think that sucks. That
I,
sounds shitty.
I
Like
would
in all
argue
scenarios.
that
Go ahead.
communism is not like I think there's some confusion because some people say like, oh, communism is when the state owns everything, but that's just the transition that people would argue that when the state owns everything, that would be considered state capitalism. And I like
No, that's
capitalism
not.
without a doubt, but like state capitalism is when the state owns everything, owns all the
No.
industries and corporations, and sort of
That, that
manages
that's that's
how.
that's not that's not. When the government owns all the industries and corporation, that is communism. That's literally the definition of communism is for the state to own all businesses and basically the definition of communism is that the government makes all economic decisions within that nation, like all of them. So they own all the businesses. They make all the economic decisions. They do everything. They sell the goods. They do this. They do that.
Right.
That's communism, and there's no such thing as state-ran capitalism. State-ran capitalism is communism. There's
State
no
run.
such thing as there's no such thing as a communist system where the state runs uh, runs everything. That's not real. That's
Um,
not capitalism. Capitalism is not that at all.
uh,
Capitalism is means that humans have the right to basically the whole definition of that is that these goods and services are sold by other people. There's actually no true capitalist economies either. There's just mixed economies. Pretty much every economy is some mix of
right.
socialism and capitalism.
Yeah, socialism
There's
and capitalism. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Russia and like Vietnam and other USSR countries, they sort of like they sort of like used the name communism, I guess. Yeah, they like in my from what I observe, I think like they sort of like I don't think like communism is really like I think that's like a form of like state socialism, not communism, right? but
What?
like owning industries, right?
So how
Like
would you define communism then?
communism is like a free association of people where people can can operate
Oh.
more independent, like they can coexist but operate more independently without a state, right? Without the state or like a centralized oligarchical institution governing over their lives. So like they're sort of like, I think that's more anarchism, communism. Yeah, like they're more decentralized, but they're more sort of federated in a sort of sense where they can work together, but they're independent sort of beings, in a sort of sense that like it's a very idealistic world, yes, but
No, no,
like
no. It's not. Where is the government? How is the economy being regulated in this state that you're talking about?
ah the government, like
So
again,
they
this is
own the
just
government.
like the communism has just remained like just stagnated to in like state socialism, like
No,
most
but like in your ideal communist world, like in your quote unquote ideal communist world, which is not ideal. I test this argument, but in it, then who is dealing with the economic regulations? Like who's setting the regulations? Who's dealing with the economy? Who's divvying out the food to people? Who's giving them the jobs? Who's paying them? Who's doing that?
there's no centralized institution making those decisions. In a communist society, the people are deciding on behalf of themselves,
How does
and
that work? They're just paying themselves.
they're sort of making the decisions for themselves and for others, like together.
That sounds like capitalism to me.
Yeah, well, there's no state. That's the difference. Yeah.
That's just anarchy. That's just anarcho-capitalism.
There's no free market in communism.
Oh, so who? So if there's no free market, then it's not the people running the economy, right? So who is it? Who is making the economic decisions if it's not the people, since there's no free market?
Oh,
Wow.
in communism they don't really, how to say it, compete with each other. They cooperate with each other.
No, but that's not. But then, so how are you getting pay? How are you getting your food? How do you get food? Who gives you your food?
That's what I disagree with communists on. They don't believe in competition. Competition is what breeds
No,
sort of
but it's not,
innovation and
dude.
prosperity.
But dude, no, it's not about not believing in competition. It has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that they believe the government has to regulate these things. Because
Right,
if people obviously can't create food from nothing, right? So who is giving you your food? You have to eat. You have to have a house. Who gives you your house? Who gives you the food? Who specifically? Because it can't just be people, right? Because where are the people getting these things from? And if you're getting it from someone else because you're paying them for that good, that's just capitalism. So if
right,
someone is giving you something for free in exchange for your work, who is doing that?
right. That's
It's the government. It's the government. That's the only answer possible, right? And so there is no such thing as this like, oh, the people run it. Like communism by definition is that all the economic decisions are being made by the freaking by the government. That's like literally what the definition is.
um. Hold on. Accept. Hold on. Wait.
Are you letting someone in the panel?
Oh no! Oh no! Sorry. I'm just looking for something on the internet. Um. Um. Hold on. This is an essay I wrote. Hold on. 8 years ago. It's on Bartleby now for a few years, I guess. I used to be an anarcho-communist, believe it or not.
That's not a real thing. There's no such thing as anarcho-communist. You literally need a sovereign that is going to divvy out the resources. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's what I realized. Yeah,
right. And
because like
so that's
because people cannot do that on their own right, I guess, because like a sovereign would be more, how to say, qualified, or they have
Well,
they would
just it just doesn't make sense. Like, how would they do it, right? How
have,
where is the food coming from? How are they like the people? And if the people are divvying out to themselves the food, why are they giving it for free? They'd be giving it in exchange for work. And if people are just giving each other goods in exchange for work, that's just capitalism. That's all that is. And so that's not communism. Communism is for the government to regulate these things and basically enforce some sort of like no a classless society. And all that really means is we want you to be robots who work for us, and you do all the work while we enjoy the rest. Like
right,
communism is not real. It is not a real
right,
thing, and it's not ideal either. It's bad,
yeah,
100%
yeah,
badness.
yeah. Like it's just, yeah. It's not it. It's I guess it's so bad it can't exist in a world, in this
It's
world.
not that it can't exist, it's existed before in
Right.
the USSR, and people say that's not true communism. It doesn't. The only thing that makes it not true communism is that the government wasn't controlling the economy enough. But like the government having the sovereign having full control over economic decisions, that's communism. That's what it is. Oh, great. I just fucking killed myself. Why does this dude gotta be here?
Ah, communism. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic. Yeah, communism. Like most, there's this like I said, people have like theorized, like political theories. Many political theorists, at least, they say that most societies who identified as communist were tried, like, either didn't achieve it, or they just stagnated in like state socialism or state capitalism, because they just they how to say it, they had a hard time achieving it, or they just the authorities who ruled over those countries fell privy to greed and selfishness, and they didn't want to give that power to the working class. So, like, and communism, I'm not supporting it anymore. Like, I used to
But
support it.
how do you give power to the working class? What does that actually mean?
Like, give them more independence, like no state centralized or oligarchical controls that tells them, like,
What is
oh, you
that that
can't, you
that
can't do this, you can't
these are kind of just buzzwords. Like, what does that
do
actually mean? How are you going to control a government without some sort of central authority? Like, how does that even work? It doesn't even make sense. And that's why it's buzzwords. It's not real buzzwords to try to trick the working. It's basically just bullshit to try to trick people into giving up their power to them, like giving up their
right,
freedoms. It's communism is very authoritarian. It is not libertarian at all. It is a very a very authoritarian ideology, and so you're essentially saying like the government has better opinion than any of us. Like no private property. I don't have the freedom to buy things. I don't have the freedom to own things. All badness. All very bad.
right,
All just ways for the government to try to have more control over you as an individual, which is like all bad.
right, yeah. Well, yeah, like communism. Like, if we were to define it, like, communism definition, like just a basic definition. Yeah, like what is it? So it's the so let's see this. Share this tab. So communism is the absent, like, if we just look at Wikipedia, like, an absence of private property and social classes, and ultimately money in the state. Communists also often seek a voluntary state of self-governance, but disagree on the means to this end. This is an interesting theory. I mean,
Well, self-governance, these are all like just buzzwords. Like you can't
yeah,
have a society govern itself. That makes no sense.
yeah,
That's just anarchy. And anarchy is
yeah.
obviously not always going to be a good thing.
Right,
Um, because people are going to all have different, like they're all going to disagree on what
right.
like laws should be, what should be enforced, what the NAP is. Like everyone's going to disagree on that. And that's not communism. That's anarchy. That's then, and in an anarchy state, where that we're going to develop into a state of like capitalism, because people are going to exchange their goods for services, whether or not it's whether or not they're exchanging it for like housing and food directly, or exchanging it for money that they can then exchange to food. That's capitalism. And communism, like when you said, oh, it's like the lack of private property and all this stuff. Who enforces that? Who enforces the lack of private property? Who enforces the fact that these businesses are owned by the people? If they're not owned by people, who owns them? The state owns them. And so, what communism is, it means that all businesses, all economic decisions are being controlled by the state. That's just what it is. Why is it?
In communism, that it's a bit different. Like the people own, like decentralized, like
What does that mean?
organization.
How? What does that mean? Though? What does that actually mean? What does that
Um,
mean? Decentralized? How can you decentralize the law?
they don't have like a government or state that
But
rules.
how do you do that? How do you enforce that there's no private property while you have no government that enforces these rules? How do you enforce that? How do I not say this land is my private property if there's no government to enforce
They
that?
don't have private property in communism.
Right. And so in a communist state, how do I literally how what stops me from saying this is my property? This is my
Right,
private property right here. If there's no government, what stops that? Nothing stops it. The
right,
government stops it actually is what stops it, and that's because the government has full authoritative control over the economy in a
right.
communist government in a communist economy. That's the definition. That's literally what it means. That's like the whole ass definition of it.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
think
such thing as like non-centralization. That doesn't exist.
it
Like
doesn't
how do you
exist. Yeah, like I mean, communism is let's just say interesting in theory, but like
no, it's
there's
not interesting in theory. I hate this argument. It's bad 100%. All you're
right.
saying is that you need a government to make all your economic decisions for you because people don't have the right to make it themselves because they're bad with them. That's
I don't.
all it is. There's nothing more to it.
Well, like this definition says, it says absence of private property in social classes and
Okay,
ultimately money in the
right,
state.
right, right,
So
right,
this
right.
is
So
about
if
the state.
but
Yeah,
but 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 dude, if there's no private property, who
yeah.
enforces that?
The people, because in
How?
a communist society,
How?
they believe that
There
people are intrinsically good. Like from a communist perspective, they believe that people are intrinsically good. That's
It doesn't matter if people are intrinsically good. People have disagreements if even when
right,
they're intrinsically good. Being
right,
intrinsically good is completely relative to what your moral perspective is. There's
right,
some
right.
people who believe themselves to be intrinsically good, who others believe are intrinsically bad. So that's just more buzzwords that, like Karl Marx said, to try to trick people into buying into this shitty ideology. When
Right.
ultimately it's not good. Like it's all bad. I should have done that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying communism is good, but like people have this like I don't know, misrepresent like communism is bad, but like and it's and it rarely ever works, and it probably doesn't work
Not
at all.
rarely. Not rarely. There's no.
It
You
doesn't
you
work at all.
really you're kind of like refusing to concede on this.
No,
Communism
no,
is.
I know what communism is.
I learned this in class. Like I learned this in class. This is the
I did
definition I
too. Yeah,
learned. This is the definition I learned in my business class. The definition of communism is that all economic policies, all economic decisions are owned by the government. You can look it up. You can look it up. Like that's the actual definition of communism. And this Wikipedia definition is like, it's just buzzwords, like, oh, no private property, no, but that's not a definition.
Um. Well.
Because if means of production are communally owned, what is the community? You said the community is the state. So if the community is the state and the means of production are communally owned, then the
Yeah.
state owns the means of production. And obviously, not everyone's going to be able to contribute to the state. That's just like buzzwords. Oh, the state is
The state
communally
is
owned, but
centralized. Oh, sorry.
but it's decentralized, right? That's just a buzzword. But let's be real here. You can't have a decentralized state. You need a central authority that enforces the policies. So if you have that, then you, and the whole point is to have the means of production owned by the community, then, and the community is the state, then the
Yeah.
means of production are owned by the state. This is just facts. This is, you're trying to be like a communism apologist right now. But
No,
it's
no, no,
just
no.
like,
I
you
don't like
are.
communism. Like I used to like it, but I don't really like. I know what it is, but but communism is like is bad, and it doesn't work, and it's proven ineffective. And but communism, yeah, like people have, I don't know, tried to, like it's yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, like I
It's
said.
not. I really don't like this thing that it's not that it doesn't work and it's
Yeah.
ideal and people have tried and it doesn't work, but ideally it would work. No, they
It
tried
actually
it
does.
and
It
they
doesn't.
they tried it and they succeeded, and
Yeah.
it made people sad because
Right.
communism takes away inherent freedoms which should be given to people. It is an inherently authoritarian ideology. You're
Right.
saying, oh, the means of production are owned by the people, but you yourself as an individual, you're not allowed to own any means of production. It has to be owned by the people as a whole, which is a buzzword. The people as a whole is just going to end up being a centralized state, obviously, because there's going to be a group of people who are appointed to be the sovereign. So that's not, this isn't, I really hate this idea where you say, like, oh, it's ideal and it doesn't work. No, it's been tried in the USSR. It worked. It actually ran an economy perfectly fine. But also, what it did was it made the people so sad that they wanted to revolt. It made the people horribly upset. Like, people did not like communism. So, whoa.
I would argue that, yeah, like
Hey,
communism,
Sleepy.
like, how do I say it? They didn't. They practiced like a form of, like, they use they used they sort of used, they said it is communist in name, but they practiced a form of like state socialism. And I don't think communism is good. It definitely isn't. But like, they didn't really practice communism. They practiced state socialism or state capitalism, where the enterprises are owned by the state, and it's not really quote unquote free and quote unquote decentralized, quote unquote federated. Like, it was just like everything controlled by the state. People, most people suffered, and like, yeah,
But that's what
communism.
communism is. That's literally what it is that everything gets controlled by the state. And then the whole cope is that, well, the state is owned by the community, and the community owns the means of production. But the community is the state, so the state owns the means of production. And obviously, the idea of everyone is the government, everyone has a part, that doesn't make any sense
It doesn't.
logically
Yeah.
speaking. So it's
Yeah,
just like,
only like if everyone was made decisions in terms of like laws and legislations, economic policies, political policies,
it doesn't
social.
make sense, right?
It
Like that
doesn't make
makes no
sense, yeah,
sense.
because
Yeah.
like like a lot of people don't have that kind of knowledge or like expertise into, or like that authority of knowledge to sort of
And
give their
also, how
input.
can everyone make regulations? That doesn't even make sense. Like, how, what if
Yeah,
two
yeah,
people pass a
exactly, yeah.
regulation that are directly contradictory to each other? You can't just have everyone be a part of the state. That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly,
And if
yeah.
you're and if you're saying, well, there are no regulations, the community just decides how they want to run their market. then what you're doing there is you're not doing communism. You just have a laissez-faire anarcho-capitalist market. That's what that is.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, like the difference between like laissez-faire capitalism and and communism is that like laissez-faire capitalism has private property, it has money, but like communism is just resources and like people just quote unquote being able to associate freely or whatever they believe, I
No,
guess.
because if I can't own private property, then I inherently have been stolen freedoms.
Right,
I
right.
don't have freedom. If I own a house and people are allowed to come into it, then I don't have freedom. That's freedom that have been stolen from me.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
bro, Karl Marx and the idea of communism is not real. It is a whole. It's a radical authoritarian socialism. It's a radical form of authoritarian socialism where the government has full and utter control over economic policy and the
Yeah,
businesses. That's all it is. And to portray it as this, the working class owns everything, and it's owned by the people. That's all brainwashing by Karl Marx to try to get
exactly,
people
yeah.
to it's just to try to appease the working class. And it's the
Exactly.
same exact fundamentals that this is the same exact reason why Hitler said, we love the union, we love socialism, we love the working class. It's the same shit. It's just every time
Exactly.
you find people trying to say, we're going to give power to the working class, they're trying to manipulate you 100% of the time.
Exactly, yeah.
Because this is the reality. Like, I know people aren't going to like this, but the working class does not make good decisions. You need a sovereign of smart people who know how politics work, who know how government works.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like a sovereign, a government is essential. Like a centralized institution that makes decisions on behalf of the people below them is essential because they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have they have the education possibly like to sort of make those decisions on behalf of other people, and those people
Mm-hmm.
below them, they most likely or most definitely don't have the education, the expertise, the skills to sort of make decisions on their own. Maybe they do for certain things, but not for like political decisions like that affect them like the macro scale of society, right?
Well,
So
no, they absolutely do have the ability to make those decisions, and they make them through voting.
right,
That's
right.
like the
Referendums,
whole
votes,
the
yeah.
ultimate ability to make those decisions has been given to the people.
Right,
The ideal is that people are going to educate themselves enough to be able to vote properly.
right,
Is the thing, and
right,
that people will come to a general consensus, and that people aren't going to vote their economy into the shitter. And so
right.
people haven't seemed to done that so far. Like, people aren't that dumb. So
Yes, that's true. Yeah, people aren't like most people are, how to say it, average, let's just say. So most
yeah.
people like understand the world in a very average, from an like I don't know, like from a normal point of view. Like there's no like like there's no profound most people don't like have like a profound sense of insight or in-depth analysis of how the dynamics or inner workings of certain things function in this world, if that makes sense. But like there are people who do, and those people become like experts in a certain field, or they become like renowned in a
Well, but
certain,
you know what though? You
yeah,
shouldn't need to have to do that to vote, and that's the reason
right,
why democracy is great. Because you
right,
shouldn't have to be. Because guess what? If you're an expert in something, that's going to give you a rigid perspective onto how things should be. If you're
right,
just a working class person, you have a lot less of a rigid perspective. You're a lot more moldable. So that's
right,
not a bad thing. That's good. I think that people should have the right to vote for themselves, and
right,
people aren't dumb. People aren't too stupid to be able to understand how things work. The
right,
point is that I'm trying to make by that people can't own the government. It's not that people are too dumb to make these decisions. It's that fundamentally makes no sense. If you have 350 million people and they all own the government, how is
right,
that going to function? How does that? That doesn't even make any sense. That just
right,
logically doesn't make any sense at all. It's just buzzwords. So it's not like it just doesn't make sense. It's nonsense, is what it is. So
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
the sovereign doesn't have to be like smart ass people.
Right.
It's
Right.
a lot of the times I think the sovereign should be average people who understand the working class, who are relatable.
Right.
So they should just be knowledge. They don't have to be above average intelligence. They just have to be above average experience. They have
Yeah.
to have wisdom. They have to have
Exactly.
and they have to obtain that wisdom either through research of past economies or through like experience of running their own things. Like
Right.
so, people who had previous positions as like a mayor or maybe a manager of some big business or something
Yeah.
like that. These are the
Right.
peoples who are going to be the best politicians, in my
Right.
opinion.
The best politicians don't have to be hyper intelligent. I feel, in my perspective, I think they just have to be above average to some extent, and they sort of have to just have some like a good knowledge and grasp of how people function, how certain people work and sort of cooperate, like how to organize in a society, so that they can sort of manage and sort of tend to the needs of the people in that. But I think a lot of politicians join join politics, unfortunately, for the money that it has to
Dallas, I got to reply to Dallas. How can it work? How can they coexist? Like by definition, how can they coexist? So who is going to give you your food, right? Like who's if I need food and I'm in an anarcho-communist society, where do I get my food from? Who gives me my food? Or who gives me my house? Like who gives me my shelter? How does this work? Where do I get these resources from? Can you answer that, Dallas? And you can go ahead. I just wanted to answer that. You can go ahead and talk about what you want. I'll wait on Dallas's answer.
yeah, like what was I gonna say, like politicians, we have observed that they don't really serve the people. Usually they usually there to fill their own pockets and serve themselves, although that would be like but not for all politicians, of course, but like they usually they're just there for their own interests, I guess. But we need like sort of like politicians that, like in general, that who can make decisions on behalf, who are sort of like not necessarily hyper intelligent, although that'd be ideal if they're hyper intelligent, like just intelligent enough to sort of like make laws and regulations, or um sort of make decisions sort of on behalf of the people, not all decisions, but like like a lot of decisions that would sort of make society
You go pee
stable
pee.
and civilized,
Go pee pee.
would sort of make society so stable and civilized and not collapse in itself. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Right. Mandenden, you're using the definition of communism of state control. No, just tell me. I don't care. I don't want this essay. So who is gonna give me my food? In an anarcho communist society, who gives me my food? How do I get my food? Who's gonna give me my shelter and who's gonna give me my food? Who's specific? I wanna know where do I get my food so I don't die? Where do I get that from? No, that's not what communism means. That's again more buzzwords to try to trick working class people
Exactly.
into
Yeah.
believing a bullshit ideology that is just not real. Ideologies are specific. That like forms of government are specific. There are specific things about them that make them that form of government. Communism, the specific thing that makes it that form of government is that the state owns the economy. They own the decisions of the economy. That's what communism is. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else. And the only other excuse is that it's that everyone helps out each other, like these weird buzzwords that doesn't make any sense. That's not a specific form of government. That's not governing. That doesn't explain anything.
Right.
Everyone
Right.
helps each other out in our current society, right? Like people
Right.
already help each other out, and
I
that just doesn't make any fucking sense. So
I yeah, I think that now that I think about it, like the more
You
I
get
study
your food from
communism,
wait. Wait, hold on, just 1 second. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you get your food from people who genuinely care about you. Okay, so in exchange for what? Why do they give me that food? Because
yeah,
they care about me. They just give it for me for free. What do
yeah.
they give me that food for? In exchange, what is the exchange?
I
Come
think
here.
I think they did, yeah, like you said, like Marx really deceived the people into thinking,
Mm,
and other like socialist theorists or whatever political theorists, they sort of deceived the people into thinking that communism was some benevolent or altruistic system, but in reality, it's very authoritarian, very
yes.
despotic, very totalitarian, and very like a very like oligarchical
Tribes literally killed people. They
monopolistic
literally
system. Yeah,
the tribes literally sacrificed people to pagan gods, and they died, like
yeah,
because of starvation and shit like that. So obviously that's not a good example of that. So can you just tell me, where do I get my food? Who gives me my food? And if it's someone who genuinely cares about me, quote unquote, why do they give it to me? For what exchange? What are they exchanging the food for? What if you have no one who genuinely cares about you? What if you're just a lone wolf in society? You are an orphan. What happens? People force themselves to care about you? Like, and then they give you food for what? They just give you it for free? No, here, I'm going to answer the question for you because I don't want to wait. They give you it in exchange for labor, right? So if someone is giving you food in exchange for labor, and you're in an anarcho world where, okay, the way I get my resources in this world is I give people labor in exchange for food, that is not communism. You know what that is? That's capitalism with
yeah,
extra steps by removing money. Just because you removed money doesn't mean it is no longer capitalism. That's still
yeah,
capitalism. That's
yeah.
African Indian tribes were not communist at all. They had sovereigns, they had leaders who controlled the economic. They literally told you what to do. And you literally said earlier, oh, they had elder ones, but it didn't have a specific rule. So basically, what you're saying is they had a specific authority, one authority that made all the decisions for the tribe without any sort of without any reasons, without any sort of legislation. They just make rules willy nilly. That's called awfulness. That's called dictator fucking shit.
Yeah.
See, you see what this is? This is just communism is a whole ass lie to trick people into falling for dictatorship. That's all it fucking is. There's nothing more than that. It's
Yeah,
literally just dictatorship. That's all it is. There's nothing more.
yeah, I think Marx just defined it as altruism and like people helping each other out and being like good to each other, yippee ki um, but in reality, like it's not that. It's all a scam. Like in other words, it's just a scam, and and it's just a deception and duplicitous tactic used for like oligarchs and despots and dictators to monopolize
Dude,
power.
no, bro. Dude, Slab City, dude, there's literal shops in Slab. You're wrong about that. My brother's friend lives in Slab City. They have their own private property. They have their own law. That is 100% an anarcho-capitalist society. By all definitions, they are anarcho-capitalist. They have their own police forces that you can pay for. They have their own like groups of people who go around and enforce the law. They have their own shops. They have their own forms of currency. They have their own private property. That is anarcho-capitalism, not communism. That's such a cope. Oh, of course, Dallas is a cringy communist. So fucking cringe, bro. No, that's not what that is. You're completely wrong. And also, if if in a tribe where they have if in a fucking tribe where there is a sovereign making all the decisions for you, that might work perfectly fine. But guess what? People are going to be unhappy. No one's saying that that doesn't work. The USSR worked perfectly fine. People were unhappy because people were stolen freedoms. They were living in an authoritarian, draconian society where there's no specific legislation. The dictator just decides what he wants to do willy nilly. for no reason. That is what, if this is what you're telling me communism is, this is why communism is bad. Communism is not a real thing. It is fake. It is a fake fucking word. Every single commune, dude, every single commune you have has their own specific way of divvying out things. Some of them will exchange it for labor. Some of them will allow anyone to have free access. They all have their own laws. That's why communism is not a real thing. It's just a buzzword. That's all it is. It's just
Yeah,
buzz,
it is. Yeah,
just a buzzword for to trick the working class.
exactly. Yeah, it's
No,
a
it's
it's
not.
it's a,
It's not a utopia. A society where people do not have their own liberal control over themselves is not a utopia. This is the whole point I'm trying to make. Is not that does it work economically? Yes, this system works perfectly fine economically speaking. But what this system is dictatorship. It is
yeah,
a authoritarian economy by all means, by all definitions. Oh my god,
right.
this person's freezing all
Yeah,
far up.
I think like the more I study communism, the more I realize that it's just it's just a deceptive tactic to sort of deceive the working class into believing that they have unconditional rights and freedoms, when in reality, yeah, like I said, a despot, a authoritarian ruler, or a dictator, they are the ones who monopolize the power. They're the ones who consolidate all that power, and they're the ones who take that power, who actually don't give that power at all to the working class. They just keep it for themselves. So it's all deception. That there's no real quote unquote communism. It's all like a scam.
Yo, what the fuck? Why did my E not go off? You're so lucky. You're
It's all a
so
scam.
lucky my E didn't go off. If I die, I'm gonna fucking quit the game. How did that fucking kill me, dude?
What do you
Oh my
play?
god, you're so lucky my E. No, lazy, I'm all done. It's okay.
I'm only doing.
It's okay, man. No, don't be mad. Don't be sad. I'm sorry. I wasn't yelling at you. Bring me your ball. Go give me your ball.
Yeah,
Go give me your ball, Shorty. That sucks. That sucks really bad. Literally just missed my E. That is so fucking lucky.
yeah. I mean,
Go give me a ball, Snoopy. Go give me a ball. Just give me a ball.
people will just, once people come to realize that like communism, as defined by Marx, would be too
Is fake.
is fake and too good to be true, and
Not too good to
but
be true. It is fake buzzwords that don't actually
yeah, yeah.
exist. It's not a real economy. It's not a real ideology.
By too good to be true, I mean like, oh, everything will function just fine if people just work together and just have and just cooperate with each other and blah 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 blah. But in reality, it's communism just stagnates at authoritarian despots and dictators controlling over everything: the economy, social
Right.
aspects, political aspects of life, everything. Right. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna freeze the shit out of this lane, dude. This is annoying.
yeah. So like, yeah, the Paris Commune, Irish guilds.
No,
Um,
they don't redistribute it equally. A lot of those people will give elders more food and give specific people more food, and also who's distributing it, right? Like who's doing the distribution. So
yeah,
like this idea of communism is just not a real thing.
yeah. Communism. Yeah, it doesn't like the
But
Marxian
how
definition of communism to, doesn't exist. Yeah, like it's just a like deception to lure the working class into being like victims of a dictator, a despot or a dictator. Yeah. communism is just like it's like it's a fraudulent ideology, a deceptive ideology. Yeah, communism is just that like at first I believed in communism because I thought people should function that way, but like I realized that people are not like perfect, right? They're not
It's
the
not it's not about people being not perfect. This is the whole thing I'm trying to discuss about. This whole idea of, oh, communism is like it would work really good. It's just like idealistic. No, it's
right,
not good. It's a bad thing. It's the
right,
whole idea is that you should give the government full control over the thing. Oh, but the government is the people. But obviously the government can't be the people. That makes no
right,
fucking sense. In a tribe, there is no government of the people. That's not real. There's no such thing as anarcho capital. There's no such thing as anarcho communism when the whole thing is that the means of production are owned by the community. That right there is not anarcho. That's a state. The community is now a state. This is
right.
what people don't understand. Like I don't get why people have this like critical misunderstanding. And it's a really annoying cope because it's like this is the brainwashing that people, oh well, I have a way that we can actually do communism. No, you don't. There's no such thing. There's no it's a bad fucking system. So oh my
Yeah, yeah.
god, bro. You can't
It's
land a
despotic and
fucking
authoritarian. So what you're saying is that the definition that communism is utopian and altruistic is a deception? Is that what you're saying?
it's just yeah, I don't know. I'm really upset right now because this team is so bad.
Oh, okay.
This team
Yeah,
is so
it is like
useless, dude. They've died
the
five
way
times by 8 minutes. Like, can you get real and like play the game and just play safe? Like, it's so insane.
right. The way Marx defined it is like yeah, it like it just doesn't work, yeah. And and like eventually people will well people are it's not that people are imperfect, it's that like the again like the people in power, the authorities, the the despots, the authoritarians, they will consolidate that power. They will not they won't give that power back to not back to the people. They'll just take it for themselves, yeah. And everyone will just be left in the dust to either starve or like suffer a lot or immensely. So it just doesn't work. It's communism.
Wow, what a fucking fun champ. I literally am not allowed to fight her. I'm not allowed to use my burst. I'm not allowed to use my abilities. What a cool champion. Oh my god, bro. Hell.
Like that, like yeah. I believe that there's a saying that like the things that Marx says like socialism or like those things like or just like let's just say
So
altruism
fun.
like altruism like to that degree of like where everyone sort of benefits can't go past the family stage or but like on a huge scale, on a macro scale, I think capitalism would work better, right? Where people compete with each other to innovate and progress, but like like on a smaller scale, I think socialism works, but it only works on a very small scale, and it doesn't really work at all like on a large scale. Like, It's just my theory.
No, so these things all work perfectly fine. The point is that it's literally taking away people's freedoms. Like,
Right.
you can make this work. You can have the state mandate all sorts of economic policies and be in full control and own all the businesses and shit. That works perfectly fine. The economy works, but people are unhappy. That's why they did mutinies in tribes.
Hmm. It seems that how to say this, it seems that you have read a different definition of how to say it, of what communism is from me. So, what would you define communism as?
Well, the definition of communism is that the state owns all they basically own the economy. They make all the economic decisions for everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Um, from what I read in political theory or political science, that is more state capitalism or state socialism.
there's no state socialism. What does that mean?
It's
Socialism is the
when it's
state.
when the government owns it is what you
No,
said.
but these are buzzwords. There's socialism. That's it. Socialism is ran by the state.
Right.
Socialism is literally just communism, but not as extreme. That's all it is.
But there are libertarian and authoritarian forms of socialism.
No, there aren't.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, no. There's not. Socialism is when the government owns certain like businesses and
right.
basically like publicize certain businesses, and there's no form of like, there's no way that you can like be libertarian about that because then you're basically saying, people, you are not allowed to make a business like this. You cannot own this business. That's not libertarian.
Right. There's such a thing as libertarian socialism. Have you heard of that?
But can you explain to me how it works? If socialism is the state mandating certain businesses, like, yeah, I'm sure that there's these buzzwords exist and they sell these ideas to people who don't know what they're talking about. But from an actual logical perspective, it doesn't make sense because
Right.
socialism means that businesses are owned by the state. And if businesses are owned by the state and people can't own those businesses, then that's not libertarian. You're taking away freedoms from individuals. That is, like, by
Yes.
definition, not libertarian.
Yes. That is. But socialism, they don't believe. Like, I'm not advocating for no state, but they don't believe in a state in libertarian socialism. It's essentially another name for anarcho-communism, right?
Yeah, that's not
So
a real thing, bro.
it's not a real thing, yeah.
There's no such thing as libertarian socialism. It's just a buzzword that people say like when they don't know anything about politics.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, what was I gonna say? Let's see. Um, comments.
Oh my god, what a fucking literally OP champion. Like he can just walk me down when I have infinite dashes. But he beats me because he can flash and Q over and over again? Why is that okay, bro? That's so busted. That's so busted. No, communes have a state. Communes literally have their own state. That's like you just don't understand this, Dallywhacker. When a commune says, "Oh, we have these laws and they're going to be enforced by these people," that is what you would call a state. Communes, as we went over before, it's a buzzword. It's another buzzword that people like to use. Oh, look, idealistically, they work on a small scale because, like, look, there's communes and like communes work. Literally, every single commune is going to have its own method of legislation and and dispersing food and stuff like that. Every single one, they have a state. They all have their own laws. They all have their own state. This is the next, like, oh, it's ideal. Like, why are you a communist? You're so cringe and wrong, Dallas.
Right. I think what people are trying to say, it's perceived
Yeah,
as
it is just
idealistic.
it is just a buzzword. If you literally
Yeah.
can't tell me the logic behind it, it is just a buzzword. you're
It,
just
it,
you're
it's
just saying buzzwords.
it what they're trying to say is that it's perceived as idealistic because there's this perception that it gives more freedom, but it actually, because like communism is usually
Oh, how
like
does this
but
dude have wards all over the map?
because like communists think that because there's no private property or social classes or money or the state, and people just voluntarily self-govern themselves, that like they think that it will be good for them, but it's actually a deception. It's these are just like duplicitous tactics to sort of like subjugate the working class to the like I said, like I'm repeating myself right now, but like to the despotic rule of authoritarians who just want to monopolize power and who just want to stomp on the working and proletariat class because they're just selfish, I guess. So oh, I dropped the link to you on your on messages. Yeah, Dallas, check your messages.
Nope, you're wrong, Dallas. I mean, we already explained this, so I'm not just going to repeat myself. But it is not libertarian because you're saying that the state enforces certain. The state, you're not allowed to own private property, right? You cannot own private property. Therefore, it is not libertarian. You are taking away freedoms. Libertarianism means full freedom. You are just wrong about this. I'm sorry. This is just inherently incorrect, and you're arguing like a fucking 14-year-old who just discovered communism, right? Like you're literally arguing like a 14-year-old who just learned about Karl Marx and is like, "Oh my God, it's like such an ideal system. It's never really been done right." Like No, you haven't actually thought about it logically. If there is state mandated things, it is not libertarian because there is state mandated. It's state mandated, and there is a state, even if it is in a. There's always a state. There's always a state. You're just like twisting the definition of what a state is. There is a state. There is a sovereign.
Yeah, a sovereign is like is 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 useful and essential for to sort of, how to say it, manage the freedoms, rights, rules, and privileges that the people.
The word commune isn't real. Communes aren't real, bro. Communes aren't real. This is a buzzword. Like communes do not exist. Every commune you go to has its own method of diversifying the resources. Every single one. Some of them exchange them for labor, some do other things. All of these communes are basically small capitalist societies. They're just mini capitalist societies. They're not communist societies. Communism is fake. It's not real. It's not a real thing. In fact, in these communes, do you want to know how they work? Each person has their own skill, and they exchange that skill with one another in exchange for goods and resources, in exchange for one another's skill. Do you want to know what that is? That's fucking
Capitalism.
capitalism. That is
Yes.
capitalism. So yeah, I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to big ol' what's his face.
Yeah, yeah.
So if Dallas is leaving, that means this conversation might be over.
Hmm.
Dallas. Oh, by the way, Scrimshaw, just for understanding, Dallas believes that in like the free, fully libertarian economy is the way to go, and that there should be absolutely no set regulations on anything, and people should be allowed to do and sell whatever they want in the economy. So, if that gives you a perspective on how like much of kind of like a dunce he is, then that will that's there you go. But I think I'm gonna go over to Greg's stream now because I want to play League with him.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hop off, Gregory's. Yeah, I'm not going. Yeah, you guys can go, but I'm not going. Yeah, yeah. That was yeah. I mean, communes. Yeah. Well, the question is, do they have private property? Do they have? I mean, money. Do they have? Do they use a currency or money, or do they use um? What? Hold on. Let's see the definition of communism. Do they have private property? Do they have private property? Social classes, money, the state. If no, for all of those things, then it's not capitalistic. But if it does, as like has those things, then it is capitalistic. Yeah, just because it has like a form of, I guess, trading doesn't mean it's capitalistic. Although, like, yeah, this, yeah, nah, that's very, that's a very simplistic way of defining capitalism. Yeah, capitalism is private property, the state, social classes, money, all things that communism doesn't have. And I'm not saying communism is good, but it's seen as idealistic, but it isn't. Yeah, it's just a deception to sort of lure the working class. Like Mandarin said, it's just a deception to lure the working class into being subservient to the oligarchs who monopolize all the power at the top. Yeah, it's a bunch of hogwash. It doesn't exist. It should or shouldn't exist at least. It shouldn't. It doesn't or it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Communism, yeah. The thing is that here's the thing. Like communism is the absence of property, social classes, money, and what is it? and the state and people voluntarily self-govern themselves. But I don't think, yeah, it's sustainable without a government or or without private property or social classes or even money. Yeah, it's just hogwash. Yeah, it's all hogwash. It's all deception. Yeah, like I mean, it's perceived as idealistic. That's the perception it gets, right? But it's not what it what people think it is. It's just the like they show one thing, they say one thing, but it's actually authoritarian, despotic, totalitarian. It's just terrible. It's a terrible system, right? It's just working class. It's like a scam for the working class. Yeah. With that being said, and that's what I realized later on. I thought it was good. I thought communism would work, but from what I read about it, but as I realized that it's just a deception, right? Like, oh, you're a communist. Oh, you believe people should voluntarily associate with, be able to freely associate with one another. Yeah, I'm talking about nobody, but like you should be able to freely associate with one another. But like um, the truth and reality of that is, yeah, it's just a facade to sort of ensure that people. It's like a cheese. It's like a mouse to a mouse cheese on mousetrap, right? Like it's so alluring and so enticing to see like those kind of ideologies, but it's essentially a trap to sort of get the working class to be subservient, docile, and obedient to the despotic authoritarian rulers. And with that being said, thank you for watching this live stream and have a great day. Peace. Hold on. Peace.